it's folded to Hagberg in the small blind, who now limps in. Uenomachi now has a decision option. She does check it.
A limp and check of the option. Blind on blind. Queen high is good for Uenomachi.
Yeah, very nice flop for Uenomachi. Top pair here. But Hagberg does have that gutter ball.
Two hearts out there, so Hagberg bets her draw now with top pair.
Just a call.
Oh, wow. A little something more now for Hagberg. Still not enough to overcome the queens.
But now with some two pair and trip possibilities.
Yeah.
And she still thinks, you know, I can get value here from a five or a tray. It is blind versus blind, which means that the ranges and the hands that both players can have are very wide. So when she's betting here, she's actually not trying to get something like a queen to fold. She's more trying to get something like a five or a tray to call, or hearts.
Sumire not going anywhere. The short stack. Put some more chips to work. Almost 900,000 in the middle. Queens are good. Hagberg now just with a pair of sevens, but she's shown aggression to this point.
But
there's
now
a check though.
Yeah, because she probably doesn't think if she bets again that it's that many worse hands are going to call.
Check, check, check. Seven's no good. And the queen, that was good the entire way. So a couple of nice pickups for our short stack, who I believe is no longer the short stack. No, that'll belong to Julie Huynh. Great to have a couple of wins under your belt. Confidence going forward. So the second season of the award-winning PokerStars Big Game is available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel, with new episodes dropping every Saturday. It's high-stakes cash action filmed at NAPT Las Vegas 2024, with Loose Cannon Jordan Hendricks taking on Jennifer Tilly, Sam Grafton, Andrea Akari, Griffin Penter, and soccer star Gerard Peak. A lot of fun to watch those.
Oh yeah, and speaking of Jen Tilly, who's a big game star, guess what event she won 20 years ago?
Yeah, exactly. Jen was right here. She said it was better than an Oscar, she said, when she won this event.
20 years ago, Jen Tilly, the start of such a legendary poker career, and certainly a delight. Everybody loves Jen Tilly.
Chris E.B., now Kristen Foxen, formerly Bicknell, won this in 2013. She finished 13th in the main event last year. Okamoto with a pocket pair and the raise.
Oh no, she didn't see the raise.
160.
She didn't see the raise, so she's.
There is a raise.
Oh no, so she's gonna have to.
Forfeit what she put in, or continue and complete it.
With such a horrible hand, that got a feel for her there. That's a sign you gotta pay attention, because this happens so often.
It worked for Doyle. It worked for Doyle.
Good point. Good point.
Sonia Veronica now.
Speaking of back-to-back, right?
Yeah.
Back-to-back with this exact hand, 10 deuce off, was Texas Dolly.
And I got to throw Johnny Chan into that mix too. Back-to-back and finished second in '89 to Phil Hellmuth.
But did he do it with 10 deuce off?
Well, Johnny had better holdings, I think. Ooh. Sonia Veronica with ace queen and a 3-bet. Sonia with a dangerous stack can do damage to Okamoto. Fives go into the muck. Great news for Sonia Veronica. And with the 10 deuce, Uenomachi now maybe saving a little face.
Yes, I think that's right. And just to give you a rundown of what happened there, what happened was Uenomachi thought it was just her and the big blind, in which case 10 deuce off, very bad hand, but still potentially good enough to put that
Being in Miami, do you ever go on cruises?
1/2 in there and just
No?
run it.
Oh, really?
I went on one. Disney cruise.
Oh, nice.
Let's
We have a lot of poker cruises
find out
that
more
go on
about this
Miami.
player who just made that very nice 3-bet to pick up the big pot.
Yeah. Play
Yeah,
PokerGO
what do you mean?
bio
What do you
board.
mean we?
Originally from
I'm an
St.
ambassador
Petersburg,
for Ship It Poker
Russia.
Cruises.
Now living in Porto, Portugal. CPA by trade.
Yeah, I always wanted to do that.
They're a lot of fun.
She is showing the chip leader here and the rest of this final table that she is
Our next
one
one
not
is
to be
going to
trifled with.
Italy, France, Greece.
Pocket fives
doing the
now
whole
in the hands
thing.
of
Yeah.
Hagberg.
So excited.
They have that WPT cruise and stuff. That's not the same thing?
Not the same thing, no. They do theirs once a year. We have more.
Uh,
Well, I'm assuming they're going to do theirs once a year. They've only had one so far, but
they didn't have one this year?
it's
Sonia
not yet.
Veronica.
I think it. I honestly don't know.
Third place
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Poker players love the game. Already talking about which
Actually, I
series
don't
they're
know
going to
that they
play
are having
next.
another one
Exactly.
Because the guy that was running it passed away.
Did you play with any of these women in your min cash
Not really
days
sure.
of this event?
No, I was not at a table with any of these players actually, which is kind of surprising because I did play for, 1.5 days. But I heard that Shiina was terrorizing her tables.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, but look at this. Speaking of terrorizing the table,
Right?
a second 3-bet from Sonia Veronica.
Gets fives to fold again, and with ace king this time.
Nice when you don't have to bluff.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, 2 serious hands in a row she had though, but 2 nice
Into the
pickups. Now they are against a hand that technically is flipping against ace king and ace queen, but the players don't know that.
No?
I'm sorry.
I
You
hope
look
they
a little
didn't miss
side-eye
that back
at
there.
someone
That's a
who's
goal.
I don't know if I'm allowed
repopping
to do
it
that.
twice in a row. Do you give them credit
I don't
for a
think
hand?
anyone
You
will
wonder.
care.
There's a lot of history you have to really calculate to really figure out what to do in that type of situation, I imagine.
Twice, not
Oh,
so much,
swearing
but
was
3
fun.
times?
I was swearing looked upon.
You were swearing what?
Swearing.
You were swearing.
They
Okay.
probably don't want, they don't want you to swear at all.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Now she'll show.
Is that right, Lon, what they're saying on the table talk there? They're saying that we don't want them to
Don't do
swear?
that. Kids are watching. Kids are watching.
Blind on blind. Okamoto just limping. Heather will see a free flop with king 7 against the 6 tray. Well, they both catch a piece.
Big piece there for Heather. Top 2 pair. What a beautiful hand. You almost wish that one was like an earlier
My
position.
friends are
Exactly.
teaching. My mom flew in,
2.
and I can hear them teaching my mom poker.
That's from
So
Heather,
that's the
and
flop out
Okamoto
there.
will fold.
I can hear them.
Before the stream started, Natalie Bodie had a chance to catch up with Heather Alcorn and get her thoughts about this impending final table.
Heather, you were the 2019 Dealer of the Year. Now you're at your 2nd World Series of Poker final table. How does being a dealer help with being a player?
I think it helps a lot in this type of setting because I'm very comfortable at a final table, being on TV, being mic'd up, that kind of thing. At least I hope that's what's going to happen, but I'm not nervous about that part, so I think that helps a lot.
You've had many cashes and a previous final table and deuce to 7 draw games. Today, of course, playing No Limit Hold'em. Do you have a favorite game or one that you think you're best at?
Actually, deuce. I wish that would have been my first bracelet, but I guess I'm going to have to settle for ladies.
Another chance today. Thanks for the time. Best of luck.
Congrats to Heather. Also, she's got plans to run a marathon in Greece later on this year. This event can feel like a marathon. So we've got some big hands. Heather in the small blind with queens. It was raised by Hagberg with the king 10 suited. And Sonia woke up with another hand, pocket
550.
sevens, and here comes the 3-bet.
Thank you. I was gonna call 160.
Back to Hagberg now with the suited king,
My
stuck in the
sister,
middle,
so you
feeling
get for raising my
squeezed,
big
huh?
blind. Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's not my fault, it's Sam's fault.
No, right now it's your fault. That wasn't Snap.
Now with the pocket sevens. Sonia
Must be
Veronica.
Martin. Everybody's happy.
Twice the stack of Heather Alcorn to start this hand.
The thing about this 3-bet size is Veronica might be a little bit concerned because, you know, it is a stack that you could consider jamming. Queen's such a strong hand.
560.
Alcorn would rather milk it and really try to get some action.
Pretty sizable 3-bet.
But also a stack that she could have considered just ripping it on, you know, with some hands with like maybe a nines or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
So-
Anything she does will get called.
Yeah,
You go, sis. You
she
go,
would have
sis.
sevens would have folded for sure against a
Yeah.
all-in anyway. But
So
She
it
was
is
tempted.
interesting, the fact that Heather Alcorn has been at the World Series of Poker main event final table dealing from 2014 to 2019. You know, I'm sure she has watched the players through the years, studied them, has a book of tells, as it were, maybe more comfortable in reading players. I talk to dealers a lot and say, you know, do you watch what's going on? And they say, obviously. I mean, a lot of times they're bored. Maybe not in this situation at the World Series, but they're playing the hand mentally as well, trying to figure out what each player has as they go along. So a lot of experience for Alcorn in that regard. Uenomachi now, ace king of diamonds.
oh, some big hands coming up here. 'Cause we've got one of our short stacks.
And look at this, pocket eights for the chip leader and defending champion. That's a call. Small pocket pair for Alcorn on the button. Looks like she'll set mine.
Thank you.
Hegedus in the small. Has 40,000 invested already in the small blind. Hegedus, originally from Moscow, lives in Florida now. She was
Sam.
12th last year in this event. She does
Oh,
make
yeah.
the call. Win folds her king
Back to
6.
Back to you, Sam.
Good fold win.
You got this. You got
Looks like
Clock.
you got odds, but it's, king 6 is just such a terrible hand.
There's odds and there's odds. Right?
There's reverse odds.
So one of the kings are gone. We know that.
Check.
Jack 7-4.
And nobody really loves this that much, although the eights,
It's,
Yeah,
it's
I mean-
pretty good, but somebody might have the jack somehow.
4 ways to the flop, it is certainly scary. You're looking for something strong, but Okamoto at the same time might feel good if it checks around.
It's Mike
All right,
check around.
let's
yeah.
do it. See another one.
Another 7.
Bringing in a second flush draw.
A lot of red cards being held in the hole by the women. Hegedus gonna take a shot at it on the paired board. Flushing this out there too.
Looking for that 8. There's only 2 left, but she doesn't know that.
Ace king, it's just a drawing hand. Into the muck. Pocket 8s now, a different story for the chip leader. And with the best hand, Okamoto comes along as Heather Alcorn folds. So we're heads up going to the river. Pocket 8s against the 10-9.
Double pairs the board on the river. Okamoto, what I've heard is that she's a tremendous player and she's not afraid to make a big call down or a big fold, big bluff on this stage. Helps that she's been here 2 times before. Meanwhile, Hegedus, also very brave, said that she came here to win. She doesn't even know what second place is. That's what she told PokerOrg.
Ace high, no good, if indeed that's what Okamoto may think that Juliet is on. It's worse than that.
Well, she could think that she's on like a lot of things, maybe some draws, you know, some king-queen suiteds.
Well, she's got the stack to be wrong, too.
Queen 10 suited, types of hands that you might just call there from the small blind.
They played a lot together on day 2.
It's possible if she had one of the baby aces, she would just check here, thinking that it would be chopped up, and she does make the call.
She does make the call. Very nice call from Shiina Okamoto as she pushes her chip lead even further into the stratosphere.
In some ways, the turn is almost a harder call because you're still there's still one player behind you, right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see that.
Very nicely played.
Very nicely done by the chip leader, and showing she's very worthy of her 3 straight final tables. Take a look at the Oats Overnight Tournament summary. 1,368 entries, a record. 7 remaining. 184,000 up top. Tanith Rothman, Elisa Nakagawa finishing 8th and 9th respectively. They did make the official final table, and they are out in 8th and 9th. And this segment brought to you by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly.
Now, one thing I want to say about Juliet Hegedus' play so far is she's been very aggressive. She made 2 bluffs that didn't get through, so she must be a little frustrated. And I wonder if that played into Okamoto's decision to call there, Alon, knowing that she also made that that bluff in the earlier hand against Stephani Hagberg.
And they wonder, from the standpoint of Juliet, whether she'd be willing to go forward with that, because you still have to do that at times throughout the final table. I mean, there are moments where you have to be aggressive when you have to step outside your comfort zone.
Yeah, so
Heather's Ducklings. Heather's Ducklings are the folks who have gone through her dealer training school. She's had one back in
Less than I started with.
in Missouri. She's got one here in Las Vegas, Poker Life Dealer Academy as well.
For now.
I like her attitude. Juliet's attitude. She says, less than I started with, for now.
I have. She's asked me to call into some of her dealer classes just to discuss World Series events and the like. And it's a great group. They have a lot of fun. They learn a lot, and they become some of the best dealers in the game. And speaking of that, we've got Juliet in the box right now, or Jessica in the box, I'm sorry, dealing to this final table. A raise from Veronica. Again, Sonia with a 7 of clubs. Okamoto with a suited queen. Now folded to Hegedus.
We would all wore dresses.
Ace-Jack now for Julie Huynh.
I don't think they would have been in a different mood.
No, we don't.
Short stack at the table. It's going to be a heads-up matchup. Ace-Jack against the Ace-7. Huynh, the short stack. Her first live cash. Former nail salon owner, now travels and kind of a foodie. Plays some poker on the road as well. And here she is at a final table at the World Series of Poker. Couple of 5s out there and a 10. A Jack still in play. Ah, that seals the deal for Huynh.
Veronica did check the flop. You know, she's a little suspicious, even though she's the pre-flop raiser, because that call on the button with that stack size, considering the fact that she's the shortest stack, it's a little scary. Veronica knows that she does have a lot of pretty good hands here. It's kind of like the opposite that some people might think. You know, if somebody like Okamoto had called, she might actually fire. But she looks at that stack size and she's like, I just feel that, with that jack turning, there are a lot of hands.
240?
Yeah, but she makes the call with the ace high.
Wynn's happy to see that.
Perhaps,
Maybe 98%.
King Queen is likely holding here from the button. A hand that is kind of similar there, where she wouldn't want to like raise with that stack size, but she might just flat the button. And so Sonia Veronica potentially targeting that hand.
A call on the turn might earn a check on the end. She's looking at her stack. She wants more.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Good healthy bet. 400,000 on the end. Oh, wow.
Check raising all in here, putting the pressure on the short stack. Oh, wow.
What a play by Sonia Veronica on the short stack, who will make the call. If you got it, you got it. Nope, it's double up time for Julie Huynh.
Beautifully played there by the short stack. I love it. Oh, wow. What a great play. Bravo to both players there, but to Julie for making the call. Yeah.
So Julie Huynh with some life.
I like your raise.
Thank you. Nice play.
Yeah.
Over 3 million now.
These ladies aren't results oriented. I like the raise, even though you lost a bunch of chips from it.
Yeah. You love to see the pressure being put on Julie Huynn's Play PokerGo bio. Mentioned a businesswoman, loves to travel, tournament winnings. Right now, 40,000 guaranteed, 26,000 more for 7th place in this ladies championship.
Nice double up though.
This event used to be played as stud, actually. It was a $100 stud tournament back in 1977 when Jackie McDaniels won it for $5,500, and then it shifted to stud and limit poker
It's early.
early 2000s, and finally in 2005 became a strictly no limit hold'em tournament. And Nani Dollison and Susie Isaacs, the only back-to-back winners of this championship, but of course Shiina Okamoto looking to join them. Hagberg with the 10s.
Little just a misprint there. We did get a call with the 8s. Pair versus pair here. I'm still shaking from that hand before, man. That was a cool hand.
Yeah, well, it really was. And
so well played by Julie, because she put out that small bet on the river, inducing her opponent. But when you induce your opponent, you have to follow through and make the call.
You do. That's the hard part.
But not everybody can do that. They induce and they change their mind. Here we've got another hand that did go check on the flop.
So yeah, Sonia has been very aggressive throughout the early stages of this final table. Hagberg with the better 2 pair, the 10s with the aces on board versus the 8s with the aces on board.
Min bet, by the way, there by Veronica on the turn. Really hoping to get value from 3s, lower pairs, even king highs. Unfortunately.
Double paired board.
Way behind.
Consequential to the outcome.
Hagberg now questioning, can she squeak out some value here?
After the check, we see
450.
Steph making it 450.
I have to admit, she can't do it again 2 hands in a row. There's no way she's going to check raise 2 hands in a row. Right?
She's been very active.
I mean, it would make some sense here, though. Like some, right? Like she could have a tray. Way more likely than the button. Way more likely. But no, she just does go with the call with the 8s.
Pocket 8s.
Good.
Yep.
One more.
Steph's rail celebrating once again.
It's coming up. It's coming up.
All right, so Steph over 6 million now after taking that pot down. A lot of action so far. Play Poker Go is where the action never stops online. Jump into free online poker with real competition and zero risk. Grind the ring games, run deep in tournaments, play the brand new no gamble, no future sit and goes. No deposit, no bots, no gimmicks, just pure authentic poker. I highly encourage you to go sign up and hop in on one of the free rolls that run every hour on the half hour. Play now at playpokergo.com. Playpokergo.com.
I feel like this one flashed. I don't know.
Just that way.
I'm
Whatever you want.
absolutely loving
which
the
one it
aggression
is.
so far in this
It's like
final
flip
table. You
up
know,
this
forget those stereotypes that women aren't as aggressive. You watch this table, and they're out the window. We have seen some really creative and aggressive play so far as Heather Alcorn does open with the trays and gets through against a lot of trash hands.
She had to fold it once, but
3 times
the
already.
threes worked
There's a
for
lot of
her
threes on the
this
board.
time.
Well, unfortunately, I haven't had it when there were threes on the board.
That's because nobody called you.
Well, I lost the other two.
On
so I
Heather's
prefer to
Play
just take
Poker
them.
Go bio board, as mentioned, originally from Ozark, Missouri. Lives here in Las Vegas. Circuit ring. Live tournament winnings of 358,000, not including the 26K
My friend
locked
looks
up
at me
already
with
for
such
everyone here at this
disappointed
final
face.
table. The final 7. Ladies, bracelet, special one. You can't see it in that shot, but it's got
playing good.
rose-colored diamonds around the WSOP.
Oh, it's happening.
I like it.
So beautiful.
What do you see so far? I mean, we've seen aggression. We've seen it being met with more aggression.
160.
Nobody really backing down, though. I mean, it seems that they have all brought their strong game here to the final table.
That's right. A lot of aggression that didn't work. A lot of bluffs that didn't work because players were willing to call down. We saw that with Shiina with the 8s. We saw that with Steph with the, well, she had trip 6s, so that was definitely not going to be a back down. But then also with the ace-jack of Julie, beautifully played. She's played only one hand, and I think it goes to show you it's not always about playing a lot of hands, right? Sometimes it's just playing the hands that you play well aggressively and not overfolding. Now, speaking of aggressive, Okamoto about to get aggressive here, I think, with that ace-queen offsuit, as Veronica has been one of the more active players at the table.
Now button raise with the suited king is not going to get a fold from the chip leader. She looks like she might be counting Sonia's stack. It'd be nice to have a leaderboard out there for the players to see.
You're right. It's almost at the point where she could jam because there is also Heather in the big blind with not a very big stack. So, you know, you could do that, but she doesn't really feel like she needs to. She'd rather go smaller and see what happens.
It's a pretty hand, king, queen suited. A lot of action in front of her. Now they're calling for 420 more with the king, queen suited. So action back to Sonia Veronica with the standard, pretty much dealer raise, dealer button raise, but she goes away.
Oops, sorry.
Okamoto dominating Alcorn here.
Look at that king.
Alcorn
Dealers
now
everywhere
top
cheering.
pair.
Cheering for that king. That is so good for Heather. And look at that beautiful poker face. She does not flinch. She does not move a muscle. You can't get any read from her. Heather Alcorn has really just flopped big here. Although, you know, the thing is, in a 3-bet pot, you never know. You know, like, she's sitting pretty, but you don't know for sure. As Okamoto, of course, could have ace-king, aces, kings. Possible.
Small sizing on the bet from Okamoto, 325.
7.
And yeah, got to raise. Alcorn's got to raise. Her hand is susceptible. She says raise to 700,000.
Pretty quickly, too.
I think she wants to show strength.
It was a very small bet, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, of course, there's always an argument for calling against such a aggressive player and seeing if she'll just like come after you and just calling down and trying to double with your top pair. But when they bet really small, it's also kind of annoying. You really want to. It's not really like.
Does Okamoto want to test Alcorn here? Nope, she gives it up.
Oh, just phenomenal.
Good read.
Player.
Very
phenomenal.
Very close.
Please a pair of eights.
Oh.
Like pair of eights.
Everyone fishing for information. Heather's not going to do it. Nice pickup for Alcorn, who now approaches 4 million chips. Good for third place right now. This tournament used to be held on Mother's Day because the tournament directors back in the day thought, oh, let's have a nice Mother's Day. They actually got a lot of pushback because the mothers wanted to have the day off. and so they moved. Of course, the whole World Series schedule shifted deeper into summertime.
I kind of like, there's something to be said for it, though. Like, that's a great present for mom.
Yeah,
I mean, a ticket to the WSOP ladies event. Come on. I think I did that for my dad once for the Super Seniors. For the seniors event, my brother and I got him a ticket to the seniors event. I mean, that's a beautiful present, right? But you can give it to her on Mother's Day, and then she can, use it a month later.
Yeah.
So
You're big blind.
don't get
You're
discouraged.
like, what's that cat Basili?
Yeah, that's what they said.
Hold it to the button on
I need to
Okamoto.
wear these sunglasses so I will look like
He'll raise it
Cat
up.
Basile.
Min raise.
I don't remember he
Blind's
being
going up
rich.
soon.
Was he?
He stole a lot.
Huh.
Alcorn call.
That's fine.
That's fine.
That's how he had made money. They were
Likes to see
thieves.
it flop.
Him and the fox, they were thieves. The cat and the fox, they were thieves.
Now,
From,
the odds would
you remember
favor
what cartoon
somebody
was from,
hitting
right?
the board here with all those cards out there.
Yeah.
Wait, did you just jinx it? You jinxed it, hon.
I did. Spades,
Commentator's
and 2
curse.
aces and a king. Check to Okamoto, the original aggressor, and a continuation bet could go far here. One down.
She bets 130 into 560. Small bet on this type of board. Makes sense, but it is so small that Hegedus does decide to call with the Jack 10 and the gut shot. Checks it over. Is Okamoto going to keep applying pressure?
So we understand
Nope.
yeah, it does go check, check. And there is a jack on the end. Hegedus does pair up. So I'm curious, with the small bet by Okamoto put out and a small call, do those both tell a similar story?
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why Okamoto just checks back there on the river, does read it correctly.
I want a pot.
That you could have some queen jack, jack 10s that aren't going to be folding.
Okay.
Juliet wakes
It's
up her
Juliet.
rail. Or is she
Juliet.
renting the Hamburglers now?
Jay.
Hegedus, very confident going into today, said that she doesn't even know what second place plays. She's going for that $184,000 first prize on the bracelet.
It was,
You folks at home want to
thought
know,
we
it's
were already
almost
on there.
123 grand. The
Heads up.
blinds are up, 50 and 100K with 100K big
That would be
blind.
nice.
I'm way
ante.
ahead of the game.
1 hour at this level, and they will take a break. Whoever is left.
Who's Hamburglar? Is that you?
Yeah.
Why? Why him?
Her last name.
What's that mean?
Yeah.
What do you want to do? You want to chop?
A chop. Well, I learned last night, even in the cash game, they do not allow you to chop small blind on big blind in the cash game.
Over here?
That's Caesars. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
And
hold
we
on.
know they don't
That's
let you
not right.
chop in tournament.
It needs to be
Spice,
two.
will you fold it?
I forgot it.
No.
I don't think Juliet put enough in for the
Think
call
we
there
can.
because the blind's up.
Trying to make it.
So that was a
250.
raise and a call.
250, yeah.
And an ace and
Right.
3 diamonds.
I check.
So Huynh with equity as the queen has the only diamond, but Hegedus with top pair. Check to win. It's a heart on the end.
Oh, but that's also a 10.
And 2 pair for Huynh. She didn't need the diamond.
2 pair.
Oh,
Two pair.
Checks back,
Yeah, what's the
okay.
value bet?
Pair, how'd you get there?
and
Oh,
Hegedus
hold
says, why didn't you value bet? This is a table where they're not afraid to get a little chatty.
They really are.
Chatty. Because Hegedus did have an ace and might have called a little value bet.
Yeah.
Woo!
It's okay.
So Huynh started the table at 1.9 million,
my
up
last
to
name is
3.5
Hagberg,
million.
but
Hegedus
as a-
started in second
because
place.
People, like when I was a
But
kid,
now
people would
she's
say
starting
Hamburglar.
to feel a bit of a short stack.
I just like took it on.
Did you officially change it?
No.
Take a look at the Splash Sports Tournament update.
I mean, it's fun, but it's not that fun.
1,368 players,
Yeah, right.
only 7 remaining.
No, I just
Average
leaned
stack
into
right
it, and
now,
it's like on my social
Just under
media.
4
Ah, okay.
million, 48 big blinds with the blind levels just going up a few minutes ago.
Hamburglar, kind of describing the nickname of Hagberg because she's burglarizing chips. And Juliet Hegedus asked, did you legally change your name to that?
All right, I gotta beat my nemesis there.
Levels everywhere. As Hegedus has raised the button with the 10 deuce suited, and Hagberg
They
has
both
called
up
on the big
10,
line.
yeah.
Hegedus has had a rough start of this. Final
Really
table.
has, yeah. She started at 5.6 million in second place.
Yeah, when she's bluffing, her opponent calls down. When she flops an ace, her opponent runs out 2 pair on her. So far, it's just not going well at all. And yet another example where she's dominated. Commentators
wow, and
curse.
here we go.
Look at
Nice
that.
going. The old duo Brunson rears its ugly head again, and Hagberg this time will be a victim.
That's right, Hegedus. I was just saying how unlucky she's been, and look at that deuce roll off, giving her a 2 pair, and such a disguised 2 pair also. Who would think? That
Exactly.
deuce, that brick, the ultimate brick.
Hegedus with a button raise originally, so you don't give her a huge amount of credit for having a big hand.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, King 10 looks amazing here. I mean, of course, you could have like an ace 10 or a jack, but it's certainly good enough to call again.
Steph makes the call.
Now it's all about the river.
So
Oh,
there you go, back
no.
at you, Hegedus. King's up now for Hagberg. She checks it over to Hegedus, who turned a lesser 2 pair, and things just going from bad to worse for Juliet now.
Just unbelievable run out. Turns 2 pair.
Yeah, she's 2-fisting the stacks here. And Hagberg saying, thank you very much.
Last time we saw a similar pattern, Hagberg was able to correctly make a check raise here for value when she had the trip 6s. A little bit of a different board. Of course, there is some straight possibilities with ace queen, and queen 9. But this hand is so strong and so disguised, this king 10. And she's thinking here, she's not folding, guys, when she's thinking. Call or raise is what she's thinking.
Me too.
Just called, yeah,
Oh,
and yeah. Hegedus says, I can do nothing right today. You see the frustration written plainly on her face. Under 1 million chips now. Steph Hagberg now is the chip leader, 7-handed at this ladies championship. What a turn of events in just about 45 minutes of play. Well, Octopi Poker is the next generation study system for everyone, from casual players to elite pros like Stephen Chidwick. Fun to use, affordable, and full of features. Go over to octopipoker.ai now and check it out. Become a better player. Thank you, Octopi Poker, for your support of the World Series of Poker. What a hand that went back and forth. Hegedus turning 2-pair. Steph Hagberg rivering a better 2-pair.
How are you wearing a sweatshirt?
What do you mean?
Not hot?
No.
No?
No, actually I got cold.
Oh, really?
Maybe because I'm nervous.
Hagberg, a relatively inexperienced poker player who has studied hard and has picked her spots and been, of course, fortuitous with the card distribution. And she is the chip leader, overtaking Okamoto, who picks up that pot. So they're just about neck and neck, Okamoto and Hagberg, for the top spot right now. Heather Alcorn in second place.
Yeah.
Third place, actually.
Yeah. Just having a
Hegedus
blast.
steps
Enjoying
away
it.
from the table.
Fun.
I see Hegedus here talking to, I think it's Lily Coletto, a very well-known, oh, maybe not. I thought
You're
I saw
not either.
Lily. But she's talking to a couple of her
You are?
friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's going to sit this one out.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that was very tough hand for her.
It's rare where you see a final table player step
I
away
started
from the
in
table
2011.
and not make it back on purpose.
So I
But you
stopped
saw it on her face.
about 10 years.
Nothing going right for Juliet, and she just had to take a pause.
That's right. She really has to adjust herself because she came in with a very healthy stack, and now she is the short stack of the table with just 9.5 big blinds. Do keep in mind, though, that not far behind is Uenomachi, and that is 11 big blinds, so Juliet does have to be a little bit aware. Although, as she said in her interview with PokerOrg, she is not that considerate of laddering. She does want to win this tournament, and it's still possible. You know, I've seen it so many times. Somebody get down to fumes and just 2 double-ups, and they're just right up there in the top spots. So never give up.
Sonia Veronica, as the action folded to her in the small blind.
Sorry. Raise.
A raise into Okamoto. Veronica hasn't shown her hand to the card reader.
Tough position for Veronica to have Okamoto on her direct left. Not easy. Okamoto, chip leader, fantastic player. And because this is a final table, when you have a chip leader to your left, they can exert so much pressure because they can try to make you risk your entire stack, which would leave you with less prize money than you want. So this is the beauty of having the chip lead. They call it ICM. That's like the mathematical term for it. But basically, it just means they can try to give you, hey, you want to take 26K or do you want to stay in the running for those 63, 87K prizes?
Good way to put it. Okamoto calls from the big blind. Still don't know what Sonia's cards are.
No, she actually a few times, I think maybe she hasn't played on a TV table before because maybe on the break they'll tell her how to put those cards because I think we haven't seen them several times.
So yeah, they're getting word to the dealer to
Oh,
ask
great.
her, and wow. Okay.
I did not yet.
Well, by betting, she's going to act a little suspicious here. 325 with trip aces.
325, really big bet into a pot of 500K. Yeah, I mean, I think actually a queen high would call a smaller bet.
Shows strength, yeah. Oh, Okamoto.
But hey, she's calling the big bet too. So
Going with her read. Blind on blind, you don't generally think it's going to be this big a hand.
for sure, it makes a lot of sense what she's doing. certainly in theory.
So Veronica handing the coil of rope to Okamoto, who's drawing dead now. Little glance at her stack. Oftentimes that precedes a reaching for the chips and a bet. $325. Another
Nice.
small bet.
Nice check by Veronica. I love it. Very sneaky. She knows Okamoto's going to come after her.
Do you call here? Just call?
Yeah, I think she's going to just call. But I mean, I don't know. Obviously, we can see the cards, so it does color you. It's hard to unsee what you've already seen. So I'm like, yeah, of course
It
she's
does.
going to call.
No, absolutely.
But you know, I mean, she does have ace king. So if Okamoto happens to have an ace with a weaker kicker, it's like such a bonanza to put in the check raise here.
Well, we saw
And make sure to get all the chips in, or try to get them in.
Okamoto versus Alcorn, where Heather had Okamoto crushed, and she played back strong. Okamoto finally sniffed it out and folded. So maybe Sonia saw that and doesn't want to lose a customer just yet. But she'll go for the raise.
Did she know it's a call?
Oh, it is called.
She did
Sorry.
go for a call.
Yep.
I mean, that's the thing
green
about
was 25.
when you're playing out of position, it can be tough when you have a value hand. Because if you check raise, you know, they might fold. And if you check call and you check the river, they might check back. So, you know, you got to kind of figure out which one is more risky.
So 5 blanks on the board for Okamoto, and a sneaky check again by Sonia Veronica.
Yeah, well, I think after check calling the turn, this was her plan. Check and see if Okamoto will fire in the river, put that pressure on her. Of course, as we see the cards, we know it would be a disastrous move. But
Well, you have to wonder, I mean, does Okamoto feel...
she
Yeah.
did it. She went
Oh
all
my
in.
goodness gracious.
She went all in, and Veronica is going to snap
Yeah.
because this was her plan.
Oh, and what a hand beautifully played by Sonia Veronica to get very strong value. Yeah, she won. Come on, folks.
That was really well played. That really was well played. I mean, that was very impressive. Wow. I mean, both players really played that hand
The best at her.
unbelievably. Unbelievable play there.
Uh,
Well
and
done.
I got to say, a beautiful TV hand, too. First of all, Sonia did not show her hand, so we're wondering what she has, even after the flop with the 2 aces come out. Then the reveal at that point, then the checks into Okamoto, the aggressive Okamoto, who really, I think, made her first real misstep in 2 years at this tournament to be able to give up that double up to Sonia Veronica. And that has shifted the leaderboard quite a lot.
It's hard to blame her, though. She wants to put aggression on, and it's so hard to make a really good hand in that spot. You know, I will say the one thing that could have tipped her off maybe is, remember the other, when Sonia Veronica did check raise, she was bluffing. So when you see
Right.
you see that pattern, she check raises and she's bluffing, and then she doesn't check raise. It's like, wait a second. Could just be a coincidence. Obviously, these women are incredible players, so they vary their lines. But it could also maybe give you a tip-off that you're getting trapped.
Well, after all that carnage, Okamoto still finds herself just in second place, down to 5.5 million. Sonia Veronica just behind her at about 4.7 million. And Steph Hagberg, who folds right there, the chip leader at 7.8 million. So the stack's beginning to consolidate.
So far, this table has not been a good advertisement for bluffing.
No, you're right.
Everybody who bluffs just gets snapped off. Have we had a successful bluff yet? But when I'm saying the bluffs are bad because they're losing, but they might be okay in, you know, what we would call the multiverse, or
Well,
in
right.
theory. It's just
The
they
long
keep running
range,
into them.
exactly. Yeah.
The women are making these great plays, maybe in theory, but they keep running into what we say, like the top of their opponent's range, the best hands they could have.
Things still going south for Okamoto as Alcorn flops top pair. Okamoto with the gut shot will come along for 200,000. Oh, and there's the 7 on the turn.
lose a big one, and then you're right back in it.
And Alcorn immediately puts out chips, and now Okamoto can do as she wants. She has Heather Alcorn drawing dead. Heather feeling good about her ace. But that wicked 7 just gave Okamoto the straight. She wants to rebuild her stack right now. Scratch of the head, pursing of the lips. Heather Alcorn knows something's up. It's going to cost her $1 million more with the weak ace.
That's right, great check raise there by Okamoto. It's also interesting that she just ran a big bluff. And that's one of the things that you think about here. You don't just think about the math and the theory. You think she just ran a big bluff, got called, you know, lost a big chunk of chips. Would she run a big bluff again? She's an amazing player. The answer is yes, she would. But would she be slightly less likely to? So those are the types of little questions you're asking yourself.
20 people.
Oh, thank you. I just had Chipotle.
But you can't give away that she's thinking that because there's still chips behind.
An innocuous looking 7 on the turn. Heather again with
here.
ace tray. She could be up against a random 2 pair.
I want everybody to be comfortable and play
A stronger
their
ace.
best game, best time.
8-5 though. She might fold this.
You know, the longer she thinks, I think the more likely she might decide to fold.
What can I beat? That's what you have to go for. What can I beat?
Well, you know, bluffs.
Yeah, no, exactly.
We know that Okamoto can bluff. We know that you can do it twice in a row.
She doesn't like it though. She really doesn't. The vibes are just not coordinating.
I have a bad feeling. It's a bad fold.
There you go.
Wow. What a read.
She has a bad feeling that it was a bad fold. She had the right feeling for the wrong reason, but it was the right reason. Okamoto hit the straight and a strong fold.
And again, I don't like to fold.
Absolutely beautifully done by Heather. I mean, amazing play.
Oh.
And that's exactly why we saw in the previous hand that there wasn't that check raise, blind versus blind with Sonia Veronica. She was worried that Okamoto, being such a strong player, would have sniffed out that the check raise was really, really strong. And, yep.
Heather
There it is.
Alcorn has seen the best poker players in the world play their game right in front of her as a dealer at the World Series of Poker main event final table. And she's seen a lot of players play 2 red aces as well, I'm sure.
Oh, look at those beauties.
$3.5 million to start the hand with the best hand in the game.
By the way, I think Julie's only played 2 hands so far. But, oh no, she's played 3. She had the Queen 10 also. But every hand she's played, she's won. And I think that she might continue the pattern with this one. Oh, but just clicking up the blinds, no
action,
fun.
yeah. And go back to Heather's fold. And you know as well as anybody in the game, the old adage was, you know, it's okay to fold the best hand once in a while. You know, I mean,
Right.
and not that she had the best hand, but, you know, what's the damage to be done if you're wrong? What's the gain if you win?
Yeah, and you got to think about it probabilistically, as we say, because you're right. If you never fold the best hand, then you're definitely going to be a calling station, right?
Yeah.
If you never bluff and get called, then you're not bluffing enough. So
We got a shove now from Uenomachi. Sumire with ace 10 off, short stack 1.2, we'll call it million.
that's right. It's
Oh,
still,
and Okamoto wakes up with ace queen suited.
the compatriots here going up against each other.
Both from Tokyo. Uenomachi with her first World Series of Poker cash. And right now, it's looking like it might be the 26,000 variety.
All in and call.
All in and a call. Any other action behind her? Doubtful, unless somebody's waking up with the aces. There we go.
You have to wait for
Sumire Uenomachi.
just for the person that's here.
Short stack. Ace 10. Their tournament life on the line. Shiina Okamoto, the defending champion, with a better ace and a chance to get a little healthier right now.
I think regain the chip lead if she wins this. Oh, or very close to it. Yeah. It'll be neck and neck again with her and Hagberg if she holds this queen up, and she does.
Queen right there in the flop.
But there's a jack possibility here.
Mm-hmm.
I think one was folded. That's right. Right here they show you the outs. But the jack of clubs is blurred.
The faded one,
yeah.
Yep, is out of action, and an ace for both. Uenomachi needs a jack on the river to stay alive in this ladies championship. If she doesn't get it, she's our 7th place finisher in 2025. The river card, the deuce of spades, and that will do it. Shiina Okamoto with the first knockout of our TV final table. Sumire Uenomachi out with ace 10, and she will collect $26,131. Her very first World Series of Poker Cash, a final table performance. Well done.
And I don't think that's the last we're going to be seeing of this player. Very determined, very good table presence. And yeah, I would have loved to see more from her, but you know, somebody's got to be the first one to go.
Sure.
As we see Okamoto, a reigning champ, stack up those chips and get back to neck and neck with Hagberg.
What a nice little salve to the wound after she did take that hit a moment ago against Sonia Veronica, to come right back with a knockout and regain her stack almost in full up to 7.3 million. Win now with pocket tens.
Goes 3.5x, raise it to 3.5 times the big blind and just gets an immediate fold.
No action with aces, no action with the tens. She's a happy camper, though.
Yeah.
But here's the thing about poker, especially at a final table when it's getting shorthanded, you can't
really
dictate when you're going to get hands. So, you know, you can't, that's why it's so important to have good table composure and not get tilted. And you can see Okamoto's very composed. If she loses a tough hand, she's not bothered by it to the extent that she's going to play worse the next hand. And that's one of the most important skills you can have in poker, especially when you get this deep.
You know, you talk about the composure she has. I think even she would look like that if she's in a, you know, Walmart grocery store parking lot and somebody rams their shopping cart into her car and scratches it. I think she would still look like this.
Sorry.
Kind of like the ace-king hand, yes. That was a rough collision, but she maintained composure. I think that everybody here, though, seems like they're pretty cool. I do feel like Hegedus was a little bit bothered. And here we have the payouts.
There we go. So Uenomachi takes 7th place payout of $26,131, and we kick it up 8K or so. Next payout, almost 35,000.
325.
325.
Pocket jacks. Heather Alcorn raised the 325. Hegedus with the kings. Finally, something maybe can go right for Juliet. Yep, she's reaching for them all. Just over $1 million. Wow,
Another
Sonia Veronica
big
with
hand.
pocket nines.
I think she's going to fold, though.
Stack of about $4.5 million.
Yeah, I think low. So Alcorn low jack.
The original rate was 325.
325. Also, it's a pretty big raise. 3.2 times the big blind. 3.25x the big blind. Then an all-in. Pocket nines, a very, very strong hand. But I think considering this dynamic, she's going to let it go. Good
Sonia
fold.
like
does
9?
fold.
8.
So back to the
Right.
jacks.
Wait, no, I'm sorry. It's more. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Heather was ready to call right there. I think she's going to call anyway.
Yeah, after you say it's more,
Okay,
you're
that's
definitely going to
fine.
call.
Yeah, she calls with the jacks.
Oh,
All in and a call.
And Heather looks at the two kings and says, oh my. And kind of strange that in the box now
She's dominating
is
me.
Stephen from Biloxi, Mississippi, who runs a dealer school himself and knows Heather very well.
you
They
guys
have
are all
competing
rooting for
dealer
her.
schools.
I get it.
And he's the one dealing
I
the
got my
school
daughter
out
rooting
to
for
her
me.
right now.
I'm rooting for the best hand.
It is Lily
I
Gledo
always root
by
for the best
there.
hand.
Yeah, that's true.
Kings and
High stakes
versus
player.
jacks.
Appears to be friends with Hegedus.
So Alcorn, 2.9 million to start the hand. Put in $1 million to make the call with the pocket jacks. And here we go. The king's at risk. No paint.
Меня короли.
Hegedus rail.
What'd you fold?
He's trying to find out if anybody folded a jack. oh no, she wanted to find out about the nines,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Because she actually did think about it.
Jacks are still alive. Heather Alcorn needs one of the two black jacks to knock off
It doesn't
Juliet
matter.
Hegedus.
If I go out, it's the best hand.
Nice on the end.
What was
Hegedus
it?
with the
exactly.
double up after so many things going
Don't
bad
give
for
me
her at
chips,
this
girls.
final
Don't
table.
give me chips. I folded
Started the
nines.
final table in second
nice.
place with 5.6
At 2
million
million.
now.
2 million.
She's up to almost 2.3 million again.
Nice hand.
Heather Alcorn now the short stack at this table with about 1.9 million. But she had been a short stack on day two, down to about 325,000, and worked her way to this final table. She had about $1 million less than the chip leaders at that point. And Heather, with her tenacity, managed to make the final 7 and then the final 6, and still alive after losing with the jacks.
Okay, but how about that
you said
dance by
baby.
Juliet? That was awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
Whatever he wants me to call him. How you doing?
She just said, "How you doing?" to the dealer.
I feel like this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
She's hilarious.
We're not friends anymore.
We're not friends anymore, said Heather.
No, it was easy go, easy come back.
Dealers everywhere.
Careful. Last time somebody laughed at me.
Rooting
Didn't end
for
well for
Heather, but
Jacks now in the hands of Steph Hagberg, our chip leader. It's a big table. Tough reach there for Stephen. Jacks get through.
no drama this time for the jacks.
That's once. So 6-handed now at this final table. The 48th version
Да я, блядь,
of the
я
World
все
Series
свои
of
фишки
Poker
сблефовала.
Ladies Championship.
Я все фишки сблефовала. Но потом меня переехали.
Actually, Barbara Enright made a nice run in
Same
this
story,
event
bro.
this year. He had a cash, knocked out, holding pocket aces by the pocket eights of Julie Huynh.
Very cool. I love to see Barbara. She's
Angela
awesome.
Jordison made a nice run. Farrah Galfon.
You okay?
Robbie
You okay?
J. Blue also played, and interestingly enough,
Water,
if she had
please.
played
You want some
her
water?
signature hand, the Robbie, the Jack 4, she might still be in. The board ran out Jack 4-4, but alas, it was not to be. She held an ace that did not hold up.
JJ Liu also made a very deep run. I think she got like a 12th or something.
Oh my gosh, I'm too short for this.
You got 200 back.
Yay.
Hello, Lim.
The second season of the award-winning PokerStars Big Game is available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel, with new episodes dropping every Saturday. It's high-stakes cash action, filmed at NAPT Las Vegas in 2024 with the loose cannon Jordan Handrich taking on Jennifer Tilley, Sam Grafton, Andre Akari, Griffin Bender, and soccer star Gerard. Things are working
She's
with those
back.
signs for the Hamburglar, Steph Hagberg.
Big
Okamoto
hand
with the
there.
raise and Alcorn with ace-king.
Alcorn now with a decision to make. Small raise or just go all in?
Short stacked. 18 bigs.
All in.
All in the nuts.
You heard her. Win folds ace jack.
Immediately, great fold, but
Yep, it gets through.
great fold. But I think I would have thought for a second.
Yeah,
Good-
exactly.
But hey, I mean, you gotta love it. Fast play.
I don't want that button. Get it away from me.
You know, you know, you know.
Can I have a stick like for baccarat or something like that?
I played a circuit event in Cherokee with Heather at the same table, and she's a formidable opponent. Really is. Very secure in her actions, and obviously knows what she's doing. Comfortable in this setting.
Raise to 2.
And we do share the prestige of having circuit rings, each of us. So, you know, we can eat in certain dining rooms that other people cannot eat.
Brag. But so she can be able to one-up you tonight and say, I got a bracelet too. The King 9 suited of Veronica versus Hagberg in the big blind.
And the better king does put out chips.
150.
That'll get a fold from the chip leader. We talked about people and the prowess they have in certain tournaments, like Shiina Okamoto, and I want to give a shout out to Cherish Andrews. In the last 5 years, 2 final tables and 3 top 20s in this event for her.
Oh, yeah, Cherish is a beast, and she won the Global Poker Award for the top female player of the year many years, I think last year, but also a couple years prior. But she also, I think, got second for the mid-stakes poker tour, and she said that was the one I wanted to win, the gender-neutral one. Well, she was happy to win the women's one too, but you know, she's just such a beast. She could win in any competition. And she plays a lot of volume, so that mid-stakes tour is really, really tough to win because you have to have so much energy.
Now.
That's a great tour.
Now.
We'll play later.
Those
We'll play later.
quote-unquote minor tours are so good for the game and so good for the players. And in my neck of the woods outside Sacramento, where Thunder Valley is, every tour comes through there. And it's exhausting. There's always something going on. At those types of venues in the non-high-end, high-population metropolitan areas, and there's opportunity for the up-and-coming poker players to meet up with and learn from top poker players who do follow those tours. And at most of those stops, you're going to find some really fine players.
Hegedus picking up another big hand here, ace-jack suited. As does fold to the big line, I assume. Veronica's going to ditch the queen 4 of spades, and Okamoto with the 10 deuce off, despite Texas Dolly winning the main event of the WSOP twice. It's not going to get a whirl this time. By the way, I did just hear from Jamie Kurtzstetter, our runner-up from last year. She says she played the tag team with Steph Hagberg, and that she's a great emerging player, and that they got second place in that.
Okay.
It's just a lipstick.
Ready to take it there for Hegedus.
We did make history in the women's side of things here at the WSOP yesterday with Ite Esther Taylor coming third in the Players' Championship, the Poker Players' Championship. First woman ever to win 2 500K plus scores at the WSOP, and the highest finish ever in that PPC.
Yeah, exactly.
And I know a lot of women were incredibly inspired. I heard everybody talking about it, honestly.
And she will talk about it for a long time. A gracious third place finisher in that event. Okamoto calls ace-9 suited. King queen against ace-9. Hegedus, the shorter of the 2 stacks, and an ace right there in the kitchen for Okamoto. Draw for Hegedus.
Deceptive check here by Okamoto. A lot of people would bet, or at least think a little bit before checking. The immediate check looks like a give up, but not so much. And she's doing that intentionally, knowing that Hegedus can get feisty.
Oh, so Okamoto best here, pair of aces.
But she's not going to check a third time, I don't think. I think she's going to put a tiny bet out. Let's see.
4?
I think I was totally wrong. Yeah, not a tiny bet. Not a tiny bet at all. 400K.
Their current chip stack just below their picture by their cards, 2.3 million. Up top is what she started the hand with, 2.5 million. She really want to call the chip leader.
I can see why she'd be thinking about it if it was a big blind defend. But you remember the difference between a small blind defend and a big blind defend is so massive. You know, a small blind has a lot more strong hands. So you got to be really careful. Like big blind, they just call with anything a lot of the time. So you know, you can see this kind of play. But she's still thinking, oh, maybe a king 10, maybe a queen 10. Tough though. There's so many other hands besides those two hands, and even Jack X, of course, might bet a little smaller here. So that's maybe what she's puzzling out.
So you've been in the booth for the last 2 final tables. Have you been able to read Okamoto's expression yet?
Absolutely not.
No.
She's amazing.
Looks like a call.
And she does make the call.
King high, she took a shot.
It was that very deceptive ace, very quick check on the turn that I think Juliet got flummoxed by.
Yeah,
That was
I also
second time.
checked that time.
It's the second time I put myself in that spot this tournament.
Hegedus is not going to lose this by shying away from action. She's been very aggressive. Did not work for her early. Didn't work for her that time. And Okamoto gets a little stronger and gets a little closer to Steph Hagberg on the chip count. Brought to you by PokerStars. 7.7 million for Hagberg. Sonia Veronica in 3rd place. And then some of the also-rans there. But Huynh, Alcorn, and Hegedus still plenty of big blinds in their stack. Nobody willing to take a 6th place payout right now, which is worth almost $35,000.
Julie Huynh with a king-queen offsuit. As a chess player, I sometimes like to call this the checkmate hand. The queen and the king.
Oh, there you go. Big blind Hegedus.
And then if you get another king, it really is a checkmate.
Been raised is meant with a call.
A black king. You need
I
a black
want to
king
know all
now.
the chess names for poker hands.
It's the only one.
Ace 8, 6.
Although the checkmate didn't go so well for Hegedus last round.
No.
That was more like checkmating herself, unfortunately. Self-mate, we call that in chess. I did give you another chess expression. Look at me. Check, bet, quick fold by Juliet. It is a ladies' championship, the largest in history, but you know, it's also ladies' week at the World Series of Poker. There's so many women's events going around town, you know, big ones at the Aria and the Venetian. And they range in buy-in from something like $150 to $2,500.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah.
It's so cool. Women with so many opportunities if they want to play the women's events. Some prefer the mixed, but those who want to play the women's have so many options these days. Bounty tournament at the Aria, there was just so many cool events.
And check your local casino and card room, because I have seen on some schedules, particularly in California where I live, where some of the local casinos are doing their own women's week off-site too. So
absolutely, PokerStars is doing a big one in London coming up, and that was super fun when they did that in November.
yeah,
They kind of started the trend of these like ladies event high rollers, which I love. You know, they did that for the seniors. Maybe they'll do
the
it for the
senior
ladies.
high roller started last year. Yeah,
Maybe they'll do that for the World Series of Poker next year, ladies high roller.
I really think that you cannot do wrong with having a senior event, whether it's a high roller or not. It is a huge, huge market for the people out there, and they've got time and they've got money to buy into your tournament.
So this was a big blind defend by Julie, c-bet by Okamoto, and quickly took it down. The power of the big chip stack and the power of position, and combining and compounding together to give her a huge edge in those types of spots.
Thank you.
So I feel like they're kind of settling in, settling down a little bit. Like there's a lot of testing with bets, with actions, with positions.
Welcome back.
That's a nice way to put it. A very diplomatic way to put it. These ladies are coming out like, you know, check raise, triple barrel, and you're like, yeah, testing. They're coming out there. They came out there super aggressive, Lon, and they just kept running into it. Veronica made a big bluff against Julie, got called down. Veronica made a deceptive check on a turn and got barreled by Okamoto and got back into the middle stacks. Yeah, just no bluffs are working so far.
Wow. See what happens here. Sonia Veronica opens with ace queen. Okamoto back in the chip lead now. Ace jack suited. Three bet. Back to Sonia Veronica. Verifying the 3-bet amount of 500,000 with dealer Sam.
Not a super exciting spot for her, but she'll probably call. 2.5x 3-bet, so it's 2.5 times the bet that Veronica made it. Ace queen off is a strong hand. Maybe if there were a few more players at the table, she would consider folding, but I think she feels like she can't fold this. Is she considering a 4-bet?
She's reaching deeper.
Yeah, I think that's right.
It's good account, Sam. Unfazed, Shiina Okamoto.
$1.21 million. Wow. What a play. You know, I thought she was going to call because ace queen off is one of those hands that's kind of on the border. But she says, hey, let's go.
Yeah.
1.21 M.
Well, it goes both ways, too. Okamoto would do the same thing. Let's make it an easy 4-bet to call. I think you have the best hand. And Okamoto does call with the worst of it.
Well, yeah, they're suited. If they were offsuit, she would fold, I think. But she feels like it's just a little too much to fold that ace-jack suited. Oh, and there it is.
The jack in the flop. The chip leader scores big against Sonia Veronica.
Oh, man, that's a brutal one. Brutal board. Quick check by Veronica, though.
That might be the hand she puts Okamoto on.
She could have anything. She could have aces, kings.
Yeah.
She could have a lot of things. Deceptively calling that 4-bet in position as opposed to, you know, getting it all in.
Well, Sonia knows that she herself missed the flop.
Yes. Yeah, that's the thing. She's scared because calling the 4-bet is terrifying. I mean, Okamoto's not calling with like ace 8 off or something, you know? She knows she's got something good, and there's a lot of hands that beat her, especially when you see that jack and that 9. In fact, it's kind of hard to think of hands that, you know, don't beat you. The only ones being maybe an ace king off that she elected not to 5-bet, or an ace queen off, her same hand.
Just a call from Okamoto with top pair. River card. Still outs for Sonia. That is not one of them.
Very bricky.
She can only win it by betting.
Seeing the cards, we know that's not going to happen. But that is exactly what's going through her head.
And called.
Ace queen.
Yep.
Nice hand.
And once again, a
Knew that's what you
huge
had.
stack of chips
Wow.
go to the chip leader, Shiina Okamoto. And Sonia Veronica cannot be faulted for trying several times. Yeah, things go south, but you cannot sit around and be passive at a final table.
But the problem is there does,
I thought I was the only one. I felt like an idiot here. I'm like, am I the only one bluffing?
it does feel a bit though like
That's so
a pattern might start being to emerge. Again, it could just be randomness. Sonia Veronica looks like a fantastic player. But I did notice the one time she had the goods, she had the blade, she did check, she shut it down, she stopped betting,
Yeah.
trying to let Okamoto get her.
Right.
But then when she's coming out firing, she doesn't have it.
Well, and they have noticed that definitely.
Maybe, but that was, I think, you know, with that.
She had the good. I mean,
action,
that
yeah.
point, she's not going anywhere. And now wakes up with jacks and a raise.
Although she did, to be fair, she did check the flop rather, Sonia Veronica, and then Okamoto checked back. So she felt
Yeah,
like that was a
opened the door
license.
for Sonia.
Yeah.
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 Big blind. Right back into action is Sonia Veronica with the 9-8 against the Queen 10 and the pocket jacks.
I'm a little surprised by this flat on the button by Julie. Queen 10 off. The way she's been playing, I thought she would only do it with the suited variety. But
Yeah.
hey, that's what the reader says.
Middle pair for Sonia Veronica is best right now. She checks over to Okamoto, likewise
Two
to
pair.
win. Checked around.
Yeah, a nice looking two pair here.
Third diamond hits the board. As you see, Win was the only diamond in the hole. Veronica betting with the best of it. Two pair for Sonia Veronica on the flop. Okamoto sees just one overcard. So she'll come along with the jacks. Win does fold. Okamoto looking for the board to pair or a set of jacks.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look at that river. Oh, and they say you can win with jacks. But our reigning champion sure
Oh
can.
my goodness. So Veronica down to $1.2 million in her stack. Puts out just 200,000 into $1.1 million.
Oh, this is dangerous. Very dangerous.
Can she get them all?
Okamoto actually, I think she goes all in, yes. This tiny bet, she's like, I need value with that set of jacks. And Veronica kind of opened the door to this with this teeny weeny bet that, you know, even with like a diamond in her hand, Okamoto might try to turn this into a bluff. Of course, she does have the trip jacks, but she
Wow,
folds.
and she folded her two pair.
I had king high flush.
And Okamoto, with that lucky
King D
river
flush?
card, was able to
Huh?
show
King
the
D flush?
aggression
King
that
five.
got
okay.
Sonia Veronica to fold. Wow. Play Poker Go is where the action never stops. Jump in to the free online poker with real competition and zero risk. Grind the ring games, run deep in tournaments, play the brand new no gamble, no future sit and goes, no deposits, no bots, no gimmicks, just pure authentic poker. Go sign up right now. Hop in on one of the free rolls that run every hour on the half hour. PlayPokerGo.com. Take a look at the chip counts up top, beginning with seat 1, Okamoto, the number 1 stack with almost 12 million. Sonia Veronica, aggressive, down to 1 million. Okamoto will collect another pot. Steph Hagberg, 4 million plus behind in second place to Okamoto, looking for back-to-back bracelets. Her third straight ladies championship final table, finished second 2 years ago. Won it last year and in a catbird seat right now. But still, 6-handed play at this final table.
Jacks have been her friend today, right? She hit that jack on the river and she hit that jack on the flop, which put her ahead of the ace-queen of Sonia Veronica. Sonia Veronica running awful against her, you know, getting dominated and on that, I mean, dominating her pre-flop, but then, you know, getting
Just remember
out-flopped.
that
and then
every time.
The jack on the river.
What about the fold
very
though, by
frustrated.
Sonia Veronica there with 2 pair?
Yeah, incredible. I guess she was trying to count up the potential diamond bluffs, and she didn't really think there were enough.
So you've got a couple of short stacks there, most of them actually. Veronica the shortest, under $1 million. And of course the chip leaders don't mind having a short stack at the table, and they can use the leverage of raising into the other medium stacks who might be trying to ladder up, who are indeed trying to stay alive and move up the pay ladder, waiting for that short stack to be knocked out. That can be a long process.
That doesn't stop Heather from calling in the small blind with ace-4 and flopping tremendously here with the straight draw and the top pair. How often do you get to say that with a 4?
Top pair for both players. Heather with the better kicker, of course.
Both also with backdoor flush draws.
Alcorn 300,000.
Yeah, interesting leads
Gets a call.
into the pre-flop aggressor.
A lot of chances for Heather to get stronger. 2 pair for both. Heather loves that ace kicker. Full stack of green, 500K.
Oh,
That does
wow.
Shiina Okamoto.
Nice fold.
Pocket?
Oh, no. Much better.
Much better.
Nice fold.
Much better. Ace 5?
I thought that was a well-played hand.
She's fishing. She's fishing.
What?
Sheena's fishing.
Much better on that fold.
Yes.
Oh. Good fold.
Japan seems to be really popularizing poker lately. I just see so many more, you know, tweets and players in the field who are from Japan. It's so cool to see. And everybody who's gone there to play poker just raves about it.
Yeah.
They say it's so much fun, yeah. And apparently the food's good.
That's
I mean, who would have
important.
thought?
That's important.
Who would have thought?
Round 2.
Okamoto
Million.
picks up another hand and one customer.
Yeah, one thing you see about Heather is she's very comfortable post-flop. She's not afraid to get in there. Like she's okay with these hands, these marginal hands that some people might just fold. Ace 4 off, 4 or 5 suited. This one, of course, in position.
I don't have a king this time. What in the world?
Yeah, indeed. Actually, if you were looking at the percentage of hands played here, and Okamoto at the top, unsurprising, and Heather right behind her.
Break coming up in just a short amount of time. They do see the clock out there. They know how much time before the break. And some of them might be just waiting to kind of reset when they do step away from the table, talk to their rail, their friends.
Quick fold there with the ace-7 of
calling.
hearts by Juliet. Could have been a candidate for jamming.
Heather with a raise and take it.
Could have been a candidate, but she didn't like the feeling.
Heather says
Very
she's
slim chance.
most proud of her 2 sons Very tall sons, one taller than me. One's at college, one's in the Air Force. And those are her two finest accomplishments, she says. She's raised them well. Good kids.
Oh, that's awesome. Story checks out. I mean, that's a...
I'll take a walk. That's fine.
Got it.
Yeah. Sonia will take anything
There
next
is a
time.
break coming, you know.
I need to use the restroom. So.
Hegedus is also a mom of two.
Yeah.
I know that because I read the PokerOrg story by her, and she says that final tabling this felt like giving birth to my third child. Is that good or is that good or bad? I mean, it's definitely having a kid is amazing, but the actual experience of childbirth, I mean,
Yeah.
what?
I am happy to say I would never have to do that, and I think every male in the world can say the same thing, and God bless you all. Queen high, good. Check, check. Little something, something for Hagberg. Not long ago, she was this chip leader.
She does make a bet. Love it. And gets a quick fold. That's how you do it with 6-eye.
Sure, against the short stack. And Burglar
Yes,
stealing chips.
Doesn't that sign make you hungry, though?
Yeah,
Burglar.
no doubt. I'm always hungry.
They should have tanked a couple seconds longer.
Doesn't matter if they hand now or later.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Same hand this before.
Last hand before the break.
Can we take off the
See
microphone?
some players fold and step
Just
away.
take off the pack.
Heather Alcorn's going to try to take the last one before the break with a raise with King 10, and it will get through. And so we have come to the first break of this Ladies Championship TV final table. It's been quite eventful. Some stacks melting away, some being built, lost, and rebuilt. Quite an active session for that hour and 42 or so minutes. So we are going to step aside in just a moment, take a little break. But before we do, take a look at the PokerStars leaderboard with 6 players remaining. Sonia, Veronica will come back to bigger levels and a shorter relative stack. Shiina Okamoto had been down, but certainly not out, has rebuilt her stack to 11.6 million in her quest to go back-to-back bracelet in this Ladies Championship of the World Series of Poker. Jim Chahade, I'm Lon Karen. We'll be back after the break. Stay with us.
The NAPT is back this November, my babies.
This is going to be such an amazing event back in fabulous Las Vegas. I had such an amazing time at the NAPT last year. It was one of my favorite events.
Stay up to date through the PokerStars channels.
Come play with us this November.
I'll see you in Las Vegas.
Be there.
Now they've surpassed that. It'll be the biggest prize
That was a
pool
waste of
and
time.
first place prize this year
Next
as
time
well.
let me
First
know,
place
Sam.
is worth
We had a deal.
$184,000.
We had a deal.
And a shout out in the box right there.
kidding,
Dealer
guys, I'm
is
kidding.
Sam,
God.
works at Live Casino in Pittsburgh.
So you know,
Hello,
the poor guy's gonna get
Pennsylvania.
fired for no reason.
Okamoto, small blind,
I like to joke.
playable
For the
hand.
record, I'll be making a
Oh,
lot of
yeah.
jokes.
She's going to be
Thank you.
playing
I need
pretty
it.
aggressively,
Yeah.
I think, here with her
I can't have my
excellent
music.
chip
I
stack,
need to entertain myself.
healthy chip lead.
And this is not the only tournament she
You can
plays.
maybe
She
play
warmed up
some
for
game
this
like
with
board
a
game,
couple of
poker,
nice cashes
to
in town,
entertain
both the
ourselves.
Win and Venetian.
Let's play the game where you
Double-digit
can't
thousands
say,
in both
if I
of
ask you a
those.
question, you can't answer yes
A
or
raise,
no, or say white
255,
or
and
black.
Heather will come along.
Okay.
So like,
Give us a.
do you like this stage?
9-8 coming up short. They
What
both
about you?
check it though on the paired board.
Are you sure?
Okamoto, as
Also,
you
you
see
need
up top,
for us to play this.
the chip
I'll
counts
catch
to
you, I'll
begin
catch
the hand, and they are in seat order,
Is it a
so you
drinking game?
can compare the
Does it take a
blinds
shot every time
very
you get
closely.
one?
Here's
You get
7.3 million to
we
start.
switch
Oh,
dollar
okay.
chips.
2.3 million. Pressure now by the chip leader gets the better hand to fold.
Big.
Shiina is an architect by profession in Japan,
for
but
the
certainly
aesthetics?
keeps busy playing poker as well. Some really fine results through the years. So this is
Especially when
not
it's
by
this
accident. It's not without a lot of hard
Now I
work and
see why they
study
keep
behind
this
it,
whole
which
area
is
so
really what
cold.
you
It's
need
To keep this one
Accommodate
a little
poker
cooler.
Yeah,
success.
big one, yeah.
on any stage these days.
Which seat was the Mizrahi?
And just along the lines of,
one.
you know, repeats, and whatever, I have to give a shout out to my normal broadcast partner, Norman Chad. He was talking about Lauren Klein, who won bracelets in 4 straight years at the World Series, all in PLO variants.
Yeah, this
Sean
160
Troha
thing is
bracelets
just
in 3 straight years, also in
mixed change
variants of
rules.
PLO. And then
Agreed.
if you go back to the
Much
beginning
easier.
of the World Series of Poker, Bill Boyd won 4 straight 5-card stud events back then. I think one of them might have been, no, we don't want to play with you, Bill. The entry was
needs to be,
10,000, and it shows he won 10,000. I don't know if anybody wanted to play with him that year. He was awarded the win once he entered the tournament. Speculation only, but thanks, Norman.
Ooh, look at this. The flop was beautiful here for Steph, and it's just gotten stronger as she hits trip 6 on the turn. She also got that flush draw to boot.
Hegedus, though, with the ace-10, is the one reaching after the check from Hagberg with the trip 6s. Steph Hagberg with a UNLV Masters in Chinese Medicine.
Just calls, being tricky with her 6s. Harmless river.
She had it locked up after the turn. She checks again. Hegedus put chips in on the turn. Is she willing to do so here with just ace high?
She
Yes.
does. She's reaching for them.
Aggression will win a lot of hands, but sometimes you step into it. $1 million. You see Hagberg has 4 million behind.
Look at those little duckies. She's got the big duck and the small duck.
2.5 million?
I think there's a lot more ducks going in, yeah. And so immediately announces a raise, and Hegedus snap folds with ace high.
Well done by Hagberg, picking up a lot of chips there.
She started studying a little bit, and then she found her way through some of the medium-sized
What'd you have?
fields, and this year
We're gonna find
surpassing
out like
all
in an hour. Yeah,
expectations,
great
her own and
yeah,
her
but-
friends, even though they say she's a very
I know
good
it's a great
player.
card.
So Steph Hagberg with a nice pickup. She came in 3rd, but now she's up to 6.1 million, and that will put her into 2nd place.
That's right. It's folded to Hagberg in the small blind, who now limps in. Uenomachi now has a decision option. She does check it.
A limp and check of the option. Blind on blind. Queen high is good for Uenomachi.
Yeah, very nice flop for Uenomachi. Top pair here. But Hagberg does have that gutter ball.
2 hearts out there, so Hagberg bets her draw now with top pair.
Just a call.
Oh, wow. A little something more now for Hagberg. Still not enough to overcome the queens.
But now with some 2 pair and triple possibilities.
Yeah.
And she still thinks, you know, I can get value here from a 5 or a tray. It is blind versus blind, which means that the ranges and the hands that both players can have are very wide. So when she's betting here, she's actually not trying to get something like a queen to fold. She's more trying to get something like a 5 or a tray to call, or hearts.
Sumire not going anywhere. The short stack put some more chips to work. Almost 900,000 in the middle. Coming back live to the Strip in Las Vegas, the Horseshoe Las Vegas. Event number 70 of 100 bracelets being awarded this year. This is the $1,000 entry Ladies Championship, the 48th edition of such a championship. We started the day with 7 players. Self, Lon McCarron, Jen Chahade, and Natalie Bodie have seen 1 knockout so far. Stacks being built, stacks being decimated. We take a look at the Octopi Poker payouts. The next payout, almost 35,000. Ratcheted up always with every knockout. Top prize tonight, over 184 grand, the biggest prize ever awarded to the Ladies Championship. And Jen Chahade, your impression so far of the poker, of the attitudes as they've taken to this final table?
Some final tables start out more cautiously. This one, everyone's coming out blazing. And honestly, a lot of the time it's about catching those bluffs. We've seen a lot of chip ups by that. And this woman, Okamoto, is our reigning champion, and she is our chip leader. She's been playing fantastically in a lot of hands, in a lot of dramatic hands, not afraid to get in there. And that's one reason that right now she has 12 million chips looking for an absolutely historic accomplishment.
So how do you see her moving forward with actions like this, with that big stack, with the payouts getting a little bigger with each knockout, putting pressure on pretty much everyone at this table right now, right? She can't.
I mean, absolutely. The only person that she can't put as much pressure on is maybe, you know, somebody like a Sonia Veronica, because right now Sonia is so short that if she has a hand, she just has to kind of get it in. She's going to have to do something in the next orbit. And so you can't really pressure somebody who knows that they're going to have to get it in quite quickly anyway. But everybody else, absolutely. She can pressure them and really make them fold a lot of hands. And we're going to see here if it folds to her. Oh,
there it is, the
Veronica.
ace for Sonia, all in.
She does get a hand, and let's see what she picks up
That'll
in the
get
big.
through.
That's right. Okay, an important pickup. I mean,
Finally.
goes from 550 to 850. It's absolutely huge. Doesn't even have to get lucky. That feels amazing. And now, you know who doesn't like that is Juliet Hegedus, because now
They sound like
they're
they're
really neck and
dying.
neck.
Yeah.
I folded my big blind to her, okay?
Oh, look, it's Nadia Magnus. I'm actually not sure whose rail she's on. I think maybe Sonia Veronica, though. Is that why they panned to her? Yes, okay. So the famous Nadia Magnus, I mean, also was a Global
Kings.
Poker Player of the Year.
Thank you.
I think it was
I got you,
about
girl.
4 years ago. And very well known for being not only a host on the big
I'm not folding
game,
kings anymore.
but also a huge proponent of women in poker.
Okay, and then fold.
Sonia will sit this one out. Okamoto now folded to her with a suited ace.
And she's going to put pressure. I mean, this hand is a fantastic hand to open from the cutoff. She'd open with a lot less than this.
Hegedus, second short stack. Small pocket pair.
She's thinking about ripping it.
Pause to refresh.
Sip of water.
All in with the fours.
I like that. Sip of water and then go all in. How does that make
No
you
snap
feel?
call. That's good.
Small portion of Okamoto's stack.
Okamoto says, Juliet Hegedus says, no snap call. That's good. It is only 8 big blinds, though, and so
Yep, she
Okamoto
won't
does
call.
put it in.
2 overcards, but the pair already in the hand of Juliet Hegedus as she is at risk against the chip leader.
Good luck, Olin.
Delightful outcome for Okamoto, though. She can't help for. This is like what she's hoping
yeah,
for.
that
really,
those are-
this or King Queen. Or
You're all in.
Yeah.
I got
Oh, that-
fours versus ace 6.
Because it could easily be 7s or ace 10 or, you know, so many hands that really crush ace-6 suited, but here it's a classic flip.
Hegedus on her feet at risk.
That's not good. That's not good.
Not good
pairing
call.
with 6, yeah.
I want to see the victory dance though. Although
Running dance.
it's not like I'm rooting for anyone in particular, but that victory dance was pretty delightful. Oh, it gets worse. A 4 of hearts doesn't even do it for her.
1 out, the 4 of
one
spades
more
for
card.
Juliet Hegedus.
I have 1 out. Fuck. 4 spades is my only out.
Can she pull off the 1-outer to stay alive? No, she cannot.
Good playing.
Juliet Hegedus, another victim of Shiina Okamoto. 2 straight knockouts at this final table, and a 6th place finish for almost $35,000 for Juliet Hegedus, known as the Queen of the Felt.
And a lot of superstars on her rail. Nadia Magnus, we mentioned early, Lily Coletto. A lot of combined cashes there.
No, it was the 6 of
Wanna
hearts
try
that
this one?
got her in the end. Her pocket 4s could not hold up. And Juliet will take her position
Don't
on
raise
the
it yet,
rail.
please.
And Shiina Okamoto with another knockout, with another collection of a stack as she increases her lead to almost 14 million total. Almost twice that of 2nd place.
She has almost half the chips in play, right? Or just about half the chips in play. Yeah, wow, that's outstanding performance so far from Okamoto. And you know, Juliet Hegedus was really an interesting player to watch. A lot of bluffs, fearlessness, and a lot of table talk. It's gonna get quieter at the table now that she's gone, Lon.
It will indeed. As the payouts get deeper too, it gets a little more serious. 46,614, the next payout for 5th place.
And now this is pressure. Queen 5 off, not a normal open from the cutoff.
And pocket kings for Julie Huynh. She had aces and 10s and now kings.
She's got about 20 big blinds, does she? And what is this raise size? Let's see what she decides. She elects not to go all in.
No, she welcomes customers, but not going to get any.
Nope, I mean, that's literally one of the worst hands that Okamoto's opening with Queen 5 off.
Indeed. Well, she's going to be opening a lot of hands, I think.
I agree. Let's see how low it will go. We'll find out. Nice time to pick up those kings. Some argument, considering how aggressive Okamoto's being and the awkwardness of the sack size. I mean, I wouldn't absolutely hate a flat there, but you know, it's a little risky, of course, because then the big blind often comes along and you're playing against 2 opponents. So just getting value from those big premiums is so important.
Weak ace on the button for Huynh.
And remember that Sonia Veronica in the big blind has so few chips that if you're in this kind of spot when you're on the button, you have to plan ahead. You have to say, what if the big blind goes all in against me? Am I going to call? And of course the answer is yes here, the ace-8 off, because it's like another, you know, 380 chips, or 380,000 chips, but I don't think we're going to see that right now.
Big blind, Veronica. Wondering if Huynh is up to something nefarious.
She just decides to fold.
I am interested to see how Stephani Hagberg, one of the least experienced players there on the right in this shot right now with 7 million chips, how she plays it going forward. She's been pretty quiet since she reached that 7 million mark. She was a chip leader briefly before Okamoto came roaring back. So it's going to be her stack and her prowess and her perception of what's going on. It could change a lot of fates here.
Yeah, she's been playing well though, but you're right, there was one spot where she folded 4s on the button, which was a little bit surprising, but I think she had her reasons. Very alert.
Back in action. Hagberg folding the ace-9 on the button.
Julie picking up 2 pots in a row with the ace-8 off and the jack-10 suited.
Julie racing forward now up to 3.4 million. So get a look at her Play Poker Go bio board on the nail salon in LA. Loves to travel, loves the food on the road. And now she's guaranteed to more than double her lifetime winnings, with the next payout being almost 47,000. Very determined rail for the players today. It's quite a setting. There's a lot of seating. It's fun. Keep an eye on your favorite players.
By the way, shout out to Sonia Veronica here. I like the way she's playing this short stack. She, like, some people would just say, "Oh, I've got a queen in my hand. I got to go with it."
Streak of having the
but
king
she
and the big
knows that,
blind
you know, with the
over.
big blind ante, why not see a few more free hands?
Yeah,
See if 2 stacks collide. Maybe she could ladder up, get something better. The point is, be patient when you have that short stack. You'd be surprised at all the things that could happen that are better than, you know, just jamming all in with queen 7. She's got 3 duckies. She's got the big duck, the medium duck, and the small duck.
She does. But
Okay.
it's Heather who has her former students who are called the ducklings here, so those are not related.
I'm surprised actually that Okamoto folded. I thought she was going to be opening like 100% from the button. Definitely not saying it's bad. I just, based on that queen 5 off, I thought that she was going to be going with every hand.
Blind on blind, Heather with a raise and take it. Take a look at the true classic chips in play. The bright pink just brought out 500,000 each. The blues 100,000. We're seeing a lot of greens moving around, 25K. And the 5Ks just seem to always be in the tournament.
That's right, yeah. Well, I remember having some of those green chips. Those were the days in this tournament. I did make it to J2. Got that min cash and then got myself seen out with a pair of queens. They got me, Lon.
They got you.
Got me.
They get everybody except one. Sonia with a king 7.
Sorry.
Sonia doing some math. You can really see she's studied a lot of poker. I can just tell by the different hands that we've seen. And she's very serious about the game.
All in.
And she thinks this is her moment. I mean, she's about to be in the big blind.
Oh my.
So.
Win with aces again.
Call.
She says call. I guess there wasn't an all in.
Oh,
Couldn't tell the
wow.
difference. And so, yeah, Win with the 2
Aces are not
aces.
mine.
Veronica on the hook.
Yeah, the reason she goes all in with king 7 there is because she's about to be in the big blind and then the ante gets dead. So she's like, let's just run it now when I have the full 550 that I can play with. Unfortunately,
Borrow this one.
bad timing.
He's one of the good luck ducks.
Do it.
Put it up by your cards.
Can I?
Yeah.
Aw. Maybe if she had king deuce, I would get it.
Wow, an
Oh,
ace
well,
in the
there was
flop.
still-
But diamonds.
Couple of
Take
diamonds.
the deck off. Take the deck off.
6 of diamond would be great.
I'm going to be proved wrong. This is going to be the deuce of
Please.
diamonds. The duck of diamonds.
Turn card down.
Nope.
And that's going to do it. Sonia Veronica waves the surrender flag and will be our 5th place finisher here at the
Don't use
Ladies
it.
Championship.
Wonderful play.
Very well done.
Beautifully played,
Luck.
but not her day.
Okay.
I mean, that pivotal hand was that ace queen off. Ace queen off opening, getting 3-bet, electing to 4-bet it. You saw that she was really playing for first place, Sonia Veronica.
I really give her a hand because she did play a lot of hands very aggressively. She tried to take control of this final
I've officially
table.
tied
Just
my
ran
last
into
year's
a
final table.
brick wall everywhere she went. And with
Please
a
don't
flourish,
bust me at least
she
one
is
block
gone
first.
to collect her $46,614.
Gotta one-up it,
Julie
right?
Huynh with the aces and the knockout.
I only
Julie's got
21x my
some great
best
hands.
cash. Only.
Oh, that's right.
gonna-
I remember that now. Well done, well done.
That is ugly.
The win, almost $4 million. Is good for third out of 4 players. Okamoto stacking more winnings as she bumps her stack to almost 13.6 million. Just a reminder to play PokerGO. It's where the action never stops. Jump into free online poker with real competition and zero risk. Grind the ring games, run deep in tournaments, and play the brand new No Gamble, No Future Sit and Goes. No deposits, no bots, no gimmicks, just pure authentic poker. Highly encourage you to go sign up and hop in on one of the free rolls that run every hour on the half hour. Play now at playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. Hagberg, ace king of clubs, and a raise. Okamoto with a pretty hand makes the call. 2 top stacks. Steph getting busy with a premium hand. There's a club and an ace.
What an action flop here. Flush draw for Okamoto. Top pair, top kicker for Steph Hagberg. Will she be able to hamburgerize chips?
2.
Or is her burger gonna get burned? Sorry, I had to do some kind of analogy here.
that was fine. But nothing's gonna shake Okamoto from this hand.
No way, she's definitely gonna call that. I mean, she might have considered raising as well, but called pretty quickly nonetheless.
Third card, a red 7 but a heart. So combo draw for Okamoto. Steph has to
7.
shut this down.
It makes it 700K. You got to pay to draw. And that's her point here. Doesn't want to make it too cheap. 700 into about 1.1 million, that is.
There's the call. A 9 or a diamond makes Okamoto's hand. Another 8 rolls off.
There's that check mark. Hagberg with the ace. Now what is she gonna? Hagberg now deliberating over the sizing here in the river. Targeting weaker ace X's, I'm sure.
I've seen her check on the end in these situations.
And that's her partner there in the blue shirt.
1.5 million.
Too strong. I love it. Getting that value bet in. Well played. 1.5 million.
Yep, and a quick fold from the chip leader.
Well played. Well played. Yeah, you got a value bet there. Very well done. But you're right. Some people don't. Some people get scared, especially when they're on a big stage. They get scared. What if she has an 8? But remember, you know, when they call from the small blind, it's much more likely that they have a weaker ace than that they have an 8. And that's exactly what Hagberg was saying, and that is what great poker players do. They know that their opponent might check raise them and they're going to be in a tough spot, but they do it anyway. They don't fear the tough spot. And that's why they're here in the final 4.
Stephani Hagberg having
ladies
the
event.
time of her poker life right now. Definitive second place here with 4 remaining. Not unlike Esther Taylor in the Poker Players Championship. who was in third place and just loving every moment of that deep run. Ace king on the button and a raise to 240.
Very opportune fold by Steph with the Jack-8 suited. A lot of people would have opened that, but she would have really been running into two stronger hands.
Will come along, yeah. Dominated is Julie Huynh with her king 10 of diamonds.
Oh, she 3-bet.
And she 3-bet.
She 3-bet very quickly, too. Okamoto, you can't get anything from her. I love it. She actually looks like ace king off is an unbelievably strong hand here. Oh, and this is Julie's partner here.
Yeah, gotta be here.
Yeah, looking very intently here, and it's an all-in from Okamoto and a quick fold by Julie. Well played hand there. Took a spot knowing that Okamoto's going to be opening extremely wide, but it was the wrong time and the wrong place for that move because ace king off is just a monster four-handed.
Okamoto over 13 million now.
But I love to see Julie just getting in there. It's scary because
you don't want to look first?
I don't know. I don't. Doesn't matter who it is.
Julie Huynh has not opened that many hands compared to the Okamoto and Heather Alcorn, so she's going to get credit when she makes that re-raise, that 3-bet. Unfortunately, didn't work out this time, but I do like it.
Okamoto with almost half the chips in play four-handed. It's going to open again with suited queen, min raise, and with the pocket pair, Huynh is going to take her on once again with the call, but Hagberg wakes up with kings.
Uh-oh. Although sevens might not be quite strong enough to get into trouble here, but that's looking ahead. Let's think about Hagberg's spot. What kind of sizing is she going to choose here? You see her thinking about it very deliberately. She makes a 960. Yeah, Okamoto's and Julie quick folds.
You love to win a three-way pot pre-flop.
And the Little Miss Steal Your Chip sign goes up.
Steph now 8.6 million. I'm not sure who's having more fun, her rail or Steph herself. Steph is really feeling it. She's taking it in. She's enjoying the moment. She's realizing the moment she's in. I mean, there's something to be said for being all business all the time. But the joy on her face right now is infectious, and I love to see it. Heather's been quiet lately. She does give this one up.
That's going straight in the muck. And a monster hand here for Hagberg, back to back.
Again.
The ace king suited, blind versus blind.
360? 360.
I'm a big proponent of everyone will have a rush. You just have to still be in the game to have the rush. Hang out long enough, you'll get the rush. Okamoto is going to stick around. She is a non-believer.
Yeah, she's got position. It's hard to get her to fold any suited cards unless you raise like some incredible amount.
Ace king against a 7-4. There's a 4 and an ace out there. Just one spade.
Okamoto not drawing very live, but she does have that 4, so she's definitely going to call.
250.
250.
She's definitely not going to back down right away. Any piece of it.
A welcoming size wager. Okamoto could sneeze and make the call. Chips that fall off.
That is true.
Turn card. Oh, wow.
What an action
a 7
card.
and a spade. Okamoto with 2 pair. Hagberg suddenly behind, but with the nut flush draw. And redraw to the better 2 pair.
That's right, or another ace. She's got a lot of outs in the river,
Another 3, another ace, king.
but a deceptive little check here. Obviously, she has no idea. This is just a completely random hand. 7-4 suited. I mean, her hand looks absolutely monstrous, does Hagberg.
Let's find out her sizing now into a pot of 1.3.
425. Her reigning champion Okamoto has turned 2 pair.
1/3 pot.
Yeah, I thought that this was what she was planning when she checked, because just this ace king suited blind versus blind with a draw to the nuts is just so strong. She was not checking to check call. Raises it to 1.2 million, and Okamoto cannot go anywhere.
Okamoto just with the call. 7s and 4s, susceptible to a lot of danger, particularly with what we know Steph has going to the river. Now the all-important river card, the Jack of Diamonds. A total blank for Steph Hagberg.
Almost 4 million in the middle. Hagberg first to act. Top pair, top pick kicker, but not good enough. Little does she know for those beautifully disguised 2 pair by Okamoto.
So much could have gone right on that river for Steph Hagberg. And she has to commit more chips the way everything's played out. The hand that she has.
Yeah,
Nervous rail for Steph.
3.
Monster bet into 3.7 million, and there is the call of 3 million by Okamoto, and she takes that huge pot, the biggest of the tournament, goes right through the second place player, and suddenly Shiina Okamoto has almost 18 million chips.
Unbelievable chip lead now from our reigning champion, looking to back this massive tournament.
Just when everything was looking great for Steph Hagberg, she ran into the chip leader, turning 2 pair. Hagberg still in second place, but all 3 of the others are pretty much in second place. Shiina Okamoto has run away with this championship 4-handed, increased her stack to 17.9 million, as you see on the PokerStars leaderboard, with 4 left. And she has been here before. She knows exactly what to do, and everything is working out perfectly for back-to-back ladies championship bracelets for Shiina Okamoto.
Wow, if I'm at her table next year, I'm going to be a little scared.
Win with jacks, right?
This woman is on fire in the ladies championships.
Not often do I say win with jacks, because Alcorn now with aces.
$600.
These two starting with nearly identical stacks. Alcorn with a 3-bet to 600,000. Win not going anywhere.
No, definitely not. Although this is a small 3-bet, out of position. Although you can't get it too big, because it would be effectively all in.
She does say all in.
Call.
And yep, a snap call. Yes, she has aces. Heather Alcorn in great position with Win showing the jacks. And as you see, the stacks are very close. Win would be left with just a pittance, just one big blind, were she not to catch a hand to knock off Heather Alcorn.
Win's partner doesn't seem concerned. He believes in the jack.
He's
proud.
proud of one.
He's proud, despite the fact that she's in a very difficult shape here. You see it says 82%.
All right, here we go. It is the aces at risk against the jacks. 2 hearts out there, but Heather holds the ace of hearts.
Yeah, they match their suits, actually.
When already packing up, has a purse on her shoulder, water bottle in hand, the turn card. Oh, and there is the ace of diamonds to end the hand right there. And they are going to just double check. Dealer Steven wants to just count it out by our count.
Actually, I think she might have
Huynh
me
is going to be left with 185,000. So they're going to bring in the big guns who know how to count up to a really big number to make sure.
Yeah. She fought at ace king suited? Or you had ace king?
I had ace.
Oh, you had ace king. Okay, we didn't see the hands. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought she flat at ace king.
No.
So you were value betting, yeah. Okay.
I was value betting blind versus blind. It just happened.
Got a perfect customer in Heather Alcorn to help count if they want.
No time to panic.
Huynh should be left. She's not knocked out by our count. They're going to make sure. As some of Heather's ducklings, dealer school graduates on her rail. Watch what happens.
No. It is, yeah.
It doesn't matter that Shiina have piles, you double throw once it's fucking.
Yeah.
And you're still deep as shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I still have 36 big blinds, yeah.
You still play a lot of yeah.
Hagberg, meanwhile, discussing with her rail the big hand that she lost, ace king suited versus 7-4 suited earlier.
Oh, she's still in. Oh, vapor stick.
Steven is normally a floor manager here dealing at the World Series. So yeah, there you go. It doesn't look like a stub, but it pretty much is 185,000, 1 blind plus.
Yeah, I think that was my stack when I min cashed. I was like, okay.
Well, that was a good stack then. You know?
Exactly, it's not bad. It's about average at that point.
All right, what a hand. The jacks for Julie Huynh could not hold up to the pocket aces of Heather Alcorn. And the rail will stay in place and look for a big story. When in the big blind, she doesn't have enough. I believe they do the big blind first.
And this is, you know, a spot that people
She's
have
all
spun
in,
up.
whatever it is.
People have spun up from this before, Lon. I mean, there's been a lot of famous stories. We've seen it. We've seen it happen before. Can she do it?
All right, well, she'll sit and wait. Do you look at your cards in this situation or peel them later?
I wait, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so Julie Huynh.
But I guess you gotta
live cash. I don't know what it is, but it's going to be a good one.
We're gonna see it before she sees it. She's
Yeah,
showing the
that's
card
true.
reader.
She's avoiding it.
Oh,
is that
she's
an
not.
ace-8 folded by Hagberg? Okamoto says, let me finish the job that Heather started. Heather wants to play as well. 7-6.
Here, I'll give you exact.
So there will be a side pot.
For that girl.
Because the min raise was for more than Julie's stack. So Alcorn and Okamoto will be playing for at least that little side pot, which is why the dealer is kind of trying to organize that out right now.
By the way, Heather Alcorn starting the hand, as you see, with 5.6 million and went with Jack 9.
Yeah.
That's the best hand.
Definitely, especially with them matching those 7s.
Dodge a 10, 7 or 6.
Big blinds in.
Jack 9 flops pretty well.
Wow. Big favorite
Says,
now.
give her the 10. Give Okamoto the 10, she's saying. There's a 5.
I'm going to keep watching.
Doesn't help anyone except it gives Alcorn an open-ended straight draw.
Okamoto wants a little action there.
Yeah, but
Heather
it's not
provides.
gonna work. It would be amazing for Julie if Heather folded away her equity here, but
Alcorn
that's not her style.
Open-ended. Here's the river card. Oh, wow.
There it is, Alcorn.
Heather with the straight.
Supposed to
Check,
bet.
check. Got the straight. She'll take the side, and she will knock out Julie Huynh in 4th place.
Yeah,
Huynh
she
had it going.
Finished what she started, didn't she? She started with the aces versus the jacks, and now got her with the running straight cards.
Indeed. What a tournament for Julie Huynh. 63,517. Her first live cash of 4th place at the World Series of Poker Ladies Championship. Well done.
$63,517. What a cash. What a performance. Very well played.
She started in 6th place. She played well. She got some big hands. Sometimes she got the action. Sometimes
You
she
hear what
didn't.
they're calling you?
And
Yeah, I
in the end,
hear
she'll
it.
go away.
I'm
with
ignoring
4th
it.
place medal.
I really like that poker face too in that still photo. Super serious. But yeah, you know, when you run jacks and aces, relatively short stacked, it wasn't to be.
Nope. So the payout now for 3rd place, $87,695. 3 players left. Alcorn does get the knockout. Advances are stacked to about $6.5 million. Ace Jack
1 million.
for Steph.
1 million.
There's a 3-bet to $1 million.
What do you have behind now? 1, 2.
About 1, 2.
You would think of all people Heather would
6,
know.
40. 2,640,000.
And there it is. Nice 3-bet and take it down by Hagberg.
Steph gets a few extra chips into her stack. And right now, standing by with our Natalie Bodie is our 4th place finisher, Julie Huynh.
Julie, your first World Series of Poker final table. How would you describe your experience out there today?
Insane. I never thought that this would ever happen. And yeah, this is my 2nd or 3rd WSOP event ever and my first cash. So it's crazy. Yeah.
What motivated you to come out and decide to fire the World Series of Poker? You said it's early on, just a couple events. What motivated that?
I basically played all the ladies events that they had going on leading up to this one, and I bricked everything, and I was like, I'm just gonna give it one more try. I'm just gonna try, and I late regged it, and I was like, whatever happens, happens, and I was gonna do one bullet, only one bullet, and yeah, I'm just surprised that I came this far.
What is it like getting to only compete against women? It's very unique to an event like this.
Yeah, I thought it was, I enjoyed it a lot better than I thought I would, for sure. Yeah, I would definitely do it again.
Great run at it. Thank you for the time, guys.
And I got to say, not only is the play intimidating if you haven't been used to it, but I mean, interviewing and talking about yourself, that's not easy. And Julie did a great job on every level with everything that she has brought forth. And Alcorn rivered the ace just for good riddance to Okamoto. Takes that pot. And she builds her stack to almost $7 million.
Very nice. Yeah, Alcorn is getting in there. I like how Julie said that, you know, she bricked everything and then she just took one last shot and look at what happened. It just goes to show you never know when your luck is going to turn, and that goes for poker and it also goes for life. The pattern can change when you least expect it, so be willing to get out there and grab the luck when it comes. Hagberg with a pretty nice hand from the button, Queen 8 of diamonds. She's a short stack now. But did narrow the gap a little bit with that nice little 3-bet a couple hands ago.
Three-handed play is unique. And Heather Alcorn wakes up with another hand in the big blind. Ace-Jack.
Last time it was Hagberg who had the ace-jack, and Alcorn who had a hand kind of similar to this one. I think an offsuit variety, though, a jack-9 off or something like that.
6 blue chips at 600,000. Back at you, Steph.
But much smaller 3-bet than what Hagberg chose. Remember, Hagberg chose a 1 million size. That said, it is true that Alcorn's opening size was a bit bigger, but still relatively
She's done
small.
the smaller 3-bet before, too.
Yeah.
Heather.
Especially when she's done it when she's bladed, like when she had kings, I believe. So.
Queen 8 into the muck. Heather Alcorn will take that with the 3-bet and build her stack to almost 7.3 million as she points towards a championship showdown with the defending champion. But a lot can happen before that. Want to play poker at the PokerGO studio? True Classic and PokerGO are giving 15 winners a shot at a 5K package to compete in the signature event at the end of 2025. Just tell us your poker story at trueclassictees.com, TC PokerGO, for your chance to win. trueclassictees.com/TC PokerGo. Submit now, take your shot.
Nice, that's a nice little prize.
Sure. Three-handed, be interesting to see how Steph handles it. She certainly knows values and hand values shorthanded. There's been a lot of study. She's obviously played a lot of poker, done a lot of study. So sometimes three-handed can be surprising for someone who's new to the arena. Middle pair for Hagberg. It's check to her. She'll check back. Oh, another 4.
That's a welcome sight.
She's got 2 middle pairs.
Alcorn's king high, I feel, is a little bit too strong for her to bluff. So Hagberg, tricky, checks another time. But I think Heather's now going to check again, thinking that maybe her king high is good. Nope.
300,000.
Thinking maybe she can get called by worse, like a queen high.
Nice stuff. Opportunity now.
900.
No, this was not a limp pot. This was a raised pot. So I guess the king high, she was hoping maybe trying to get a better king high to fold, something like that. But yeah, it didn't work out because Hagberg, in fact, had a disguised monster. And so she's lucky she didn't have anything at all. And she could have lost a lot more in this hand if she did.
Feels like it's gotten hotter.
Heat is called. Look at that Okamoto with more than half the chips in play.
Yes, and it will be interesting to see how she plays the other competitors, perhaps against each other. Aces now for Steph Hagberg. The last hour has been very good to her in many ways until she took that monster hit against the defending champ, Okamoto.
That's right. But it's the same pattern. You know, she raised to 360 and Okamoto's just not going to fold hands like anything, really. I mean, she'll fold something. Last time was a 7-4 suited. This time it's a 6-5 offsuit. Those are not hands that she's folding because she's got the position and the pot odds.
Nice.
Makes a deceptive check here. Just not enough hands, because when I said that Okamoto's going to call with everything, well, yeah, but the hands that she does fold with are often going to have a deuce in them.
Hello, quad alert.
Oh, wow. That is a nice sight. Except that you almost want another type of card to roll off. They can have a little something. They can have a little something to call with. Because this is just going to get the fold.
Well, you know, maybe she figures somebody has a backdoor steel wheel or something like that, but she'll take it. 4 aces will work often. So now she's getting Heather Alcorn in her sights. Still, you know, $1,800,000 away from second place.
But I feel like right now, when they're so close to that World Series of Poker bracelet, it's not as much about like laddering to second place. Like earlier on, when there's really short stacks, that's there a little bit. Right now, I think all 3 of these women want that bracelet. They want that title. Okamoto, of course, the favorite, the reigning champion and the massive chip leader. But hey, anyone can take it.
And for someone like Steph, it was like, oh, wow, I made the final table. It's a dream come true. And then a few steps later, it's like, well, I can ladder up. And then you find yourself here and things really get serious and you start wondering, do I have what it takes to be a bracelet winner? And all of these women do. Alcorn crushing it now. We're looking for quads back to back on the river here, okay? 2 hearts out there for Okamoto.
She's looking at her chips.
That would be very dangerous.
She's gonna raise.
She thinks she's got outs. Raise.
This is music to Heather Alcorn's ears. Oh, it feels so good when you got a hand like this and they just put out that raise.
What to do, what to do. Little peek at the cards. She repops it. I don't know. What do you think? Oh, and then to get the fold. I might want to keep her around.
Yeah, I think so. Considering also that she is quite aggressive and.
Hey! Come on, guys! Woo, Heather! Woo, Heather! We won the hand.
Woo!
Where are they? Heather, you need a new rail.
I did a woo.
Sorry, I interrupted you. I just had to bury them.
Seriously. Woo woo.
But yeah. What was Heather afraid of there?
No, she wasn't afraid of anything.
No.
She was hoping maybe, I mean, I guess maybe.
I mean, she doesn't know
9x
obviously
or
what
something.
Shiina has.
Yeah, but I do agree. A call might have gotten a little bit more, depending on if Okamoto decided to bluff the river. But here we've got 10 versus a king 9 offsuit that's likely to just defend the big line. Indeed. And let's see a flop. No joy for the king 9, except, well, you do have that gutter, but unfortunately not too many outs to it, as Okamoto's got 2 of them in her hand.
Yeah.
Check,
Chips would fly if that came.
Hagberg checks again, and
Check,
Okamoto
check.
checks it back.
Yeah, not much there for Hagberg to be excited about. A couple of overcards in the flop for Okamoto to give a closer look at. But she's not one to shy away from a bet.
After 2 checks, Okamoto decided this is time to maybe try to squeak out a little value from these 10s. See if we can get a call from one of those little pairs on board. But Steph had none of that and does make the fold.
Shiina Okamoto over 15 million, down a little bit from her high water mark. Taking chips from Steph Hagberg, who's down to 4.5 million. So now Alcorn with about a 3 million chip advantage on Hagberg. Shiina Okamoto looking for back-to-back bracelets in this Ladies Championship at the World Series of Poker.
And gets the first walk we've seen with Jack 3 offsuit. Yeah, what an extraordinary accomplishment it would be for Okamoto to win this again. That would be one for the ages.
She's dominated this event. Second 2 years ago, first last year, and an overwhelming chip leader right now, 3-handed.
And with so many players in the field, that is just so exceptional and unlikely. How does she do it?
Biggest field in Ladies Championship history, 1,368. And with ace queen, you wonder, how does she build a stack? This is how she does. Dominating hand for Okamoto. Alcorn comes along with a queen 7. And open-ended now for Heather Alcorn. So she's going to stick around at least. Chance to check back, but no. Let's get some chips in the middle, and that'll take it right there.
Well done by Alcorn.
Heather betting for open-ender.
Yeah, really amazing to see this tournament get its largest field ever. in 2025, and it just goes to show the strength of women in poker and its community. It's many communities. You know, so many different study groups and organizations where the goal is to try to get more women in poker. And you see so many people putting so much passion into that goal, and it pays off when you see record-setting fields like that and guaranteed being just like completely bust open. Love to see it. We've got a raise here from Okamoto on the button with the Jack-9 offsuit. Previously, Alcorn has flatted the small blind with little aces like this. And it looks like she's done the same.
That's a raise.
Oh yeah, sorry. I thought
The
she
blue were
called
100,000 each.
Yeah. Oh, she put the blues in. Yeah.
And it is an interesting dynamic with Heather Alcorn here. She's been at this table so many times under these lights as a dealer, but to be on the other side of the table,
I'm all in.
even though you've been there, done that, it's not the same. But Hagberg decides to change things in this hand and goes all in, and Alcorn folds and shows. Steph Hagberg takes it away from both of the other bigger stacks.
Yeah, nice move with ace jack off there. Not easy. When you see the 3-bet, you're like, ace jack off dwarfs a little bit, but you know, hard to just call. So she makes a very gutsy play there. She's showing, you know, what I said earlier. She's playing for that bracelet, because that move is all about saying like, hey, you know, if you got 9s or 10s and you call me, we'll flip it, and one of us might be the chip leader or neck and neck with Okamoto.
And I think just watching her play, watching her countenance and stack her chips, she has found a confidence that she's never had before, and she feels she belongs here, and now she just can free swing, play her game, and feel confident in it, not be worried about the ramifications or repercussions. And with ace 10, she's back in action, and the small blind just limping with the ace 10 has Okamoto dominated.
I kind of like that just limp because she's raised so much. She needs to start occasionally limping some strong hands if she wants to have a limping range. And ace 10 is deceptively strong. But, you know, Okamoto doesn't fall for it and just checks back.
Ace 10 still good for Steph. That's almost a give-up check.
Well, I think it's a check also that says, you know, my king high could be good in a lot of spots. I've got some turns that I like to see. I mean, this is one that, I mean, okay, you know, you have a little straight draw, but it's not exactly delightful to see that ace of spades roll off.
Small wager, 120,000 keeps Okamoto interested.
Yeah, it's the king high and it's the out.
Yeah. Check, check. Hagberg will take this pot of 600,000, siphoning 300,000 from the chip leader on her rail. Been very diligent over there.
She's been picking up some really big hands against Okamoto, blind versus blind. It'll be interesting to see if these two get heads up. What strategy she elects to choose. I mean, she got aces, ace king suited, and ace 10 off blind versus blind against Okamoto. And I think I'm forgetting another really good hand she had blind versus her. But if they get heads up, she's going to have to start. You don't get hands like that very often.
Right.
Don't get used to it. Don't get used to it. I think she's well aware of that, and we're going to see some shifting strategies maybe if these two get heads up. But Heather Alcorn will certainly not like to see that. But she is right now second in chips.
Okamoto with a raise, Alcorn with 2 red 10s.
A monster short-handed.
Make it a little more.
720.
Again, a small 3-bet.
Yeah. Here she does have position, but indeed, she's been making these 3-bets relatively small, and Okamoto does fold the ace 3 off.
She's believing Heather more and more. Heather will chalk that up and Maybe use it when she's not so strong sometime. Alcorn over 7.7 million. Still just 2 million ahead of Steph Hagberg as Okamoto is starting to feed both stacks around her.
Not intentionally.
No.
She does fold one, queen 7 off. Okay. I actually thought she would have opened that based on the way she's been playing. But, you know, sometimes there's like a game flow where if you've lost a few pots in a row, people start playing a little bit more aggressively against you, and so you might want to fold a marginal hand. Ooh, look at this. Alcorn with a 2-pair
She's been
here.
flopping strong.
King Trey. Loving to see that. Wait, big bet there. What? She bet 4? Was that a misclick? 400K into 360. She never bets that big. I think that might have been a misclick.
Maybe make it look bluffing.
Yeah, well, maybe. But it's so hard to hit this. I mean, that said, even a queen of hearts could
And
be
look
enough.
what it did. Yeah, she gets a call.
Well, I definitely thought you'd get a call against a
Yeah.
smaller bet, but that was a big bet. Let's see what she does on the 6 of diamonds turn.
2 hearts, 2 diamonds. This might be bigger than normal too. 5, is it?
No, now she
6.
goes.
Oh,
Now
more
she
than
goes for a
half
more
pot.
traditional sizing, just
Little
over.
more than half pot.
Just over 50% pot. Yeah. I am very interested in that if that was a misclick or not. Because we never saw that size and we didn't see any overbets. And they're like, oh, well, it was probably intentional. You're probably right. It probably was. But I think. Oh, and that's a little bit of a wince there.
Too much, maybe. She wanted some action there.
Right, and now she gets the king 6 offsuit in the small blind and goes back to the raising strategy, 360. As we know, Okamoto's not folding very often to a 3x raise. Certainly not a hand with a king in it.
King 6 against King 7, and they both pair their kicker. Okamoto, of course, with the better.
Yeah, not only that, a little backdoor action as well.
Diamonds. Middle pair, not a problem. Let's put chips to play. 325. The 4th day of action in this ladies championship. Long days, and few of the tournaments are scheduled for 4 days. This one was. Some tournaments do have an overflow day, and another 6 rolls off for Steph Hagberg.
And a quick check.
She's done that before with the 6s.
She has. She did that against Juliet Hegedus early in the event. She was able to roll off those beautiful trip 6s. So after deceptively checking the turn, well, I mean, she was checking in flow, but she just checked so fast. It felt like, oh, she couldn't have hit that card.
She checked.
She does it again.
Check. Yep.
Unfortunately.
3 6s.
I don't hate that though. She thought that Okamoto could have had a lot of bluffs
There's danger
there.
out there. Yeah. All right. So Hagberg will now stack almost 6 million. Let's get it down to Natalie Bodie for a report on the Gladiators.
Under 100 players remain in the $300 No Limit Hold'em Gladiators of Poker event. This event drew over 24,000 entries, making it the second largest poker tournament in history. Still in contention is Roland Israel Ashvili. This is his 186 cash at the World Series of Poker. That's good for third all time, only behind Daniel Negreanu in second and Phil Hellmuth in first. This event will crown a winner that gets a gold bracelet and a top prize of over $420,000.
Huge field out there. We take a look at our streaming schedule ahead. We'll bring you the final table of the Gladiators event. 10K PLO, final table as well on the first. And then, yes, we are that close to the main event. Main event coverage begins day 1A on July 2nd, followed by, yeah, you guessed it, day 1B the next day.
Who would have thought? And who would have thought that Okamoto would be up here again? Are we in deja vu? It's 2024 all over again. No, it's 2025. She's just chip leading this event once again. Hagberg here with the diamonds, looking to win her second pot in a row after that big one against Okamoto. She wished it had been bigger, but it was a big one. And she's inching towards Alcorn, narrowing that gap between second and third.
Mostly at the expense of Okamoto. And what Okamoto really wanted to do was chip away at the shorter stack, and then she'd have a partner in the second stack to try to chip away at that shorter stack. But as it stands, Steph Hagberg is having none of it. And she's the one who's been building her stack at the expense of Okamoto. Weak ace on the button, three-handed. Raise the 240 Alcorn with a pretty hand, and the small blind comes along.
You want to throw that? Okay, that'll work too.
Three-way action. Nope. Hagberg will step aside, but the worst of it. Ace tray against King 9 suited.
And Okamoto flops best, hitting that pair. That's 240 into 720. And that's a small enough bet that Alcorn, with her overs and her backdoor flush draw, is going to call. Paint, but not the paint that you'd like to see.
No, it's not. Check, check. A three again. Okamoto with the boat. With Heather reaching for the chips.
Yeah, she bets 500K into 1.2 million. Ooh, and look at this. That was a little shot over to the
A
black.
little sneak peek. Don't just ignore that, ladies and gentlemen.
Sneak peeky. Okamoto not afraid to put in the value raise. Not afraid to put in that value raise as Okamoto, and you love to see it. Some people are afraid because they're like, oh, there's a 6. But hey, you know, it's queen also. I can call you with queen. And a queen is, you know, it's a holding that could definitely be in the mix here and would be put in a tough spot here.
Heather's thinking all the wrong questions, too. Does she have an ace? Maybe she's got an ace. Maybe she's... No.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I think here, yeah, I mean, I think here she's, maybe she's posturing a lot, honestly, because I don't think she's thinking about calling with king high. I don't think she is. Oh, she is. I was wrong. Yeah.
Makes the call, sees the boat.
Yeah, she didn't
Unlikely
believe the
as
raise.
it was.
Well, you know what? You know, I guess she just didn't think she would be. I guess the issue is that she didn't think she would be value betting there with the 3. And so if she's not value betting with value raising with the 3, she doesn't have enough value raises and she's too bluffy. So Heather tried to puzzle it out, but unfortunately she was wrong about Okamoto's value range. She did have her 3s there in her raising range. So it was a little wider than Heather would have liked.
The lines are up. As you see, level 30 of this, the 48th Ladies Championship of the World Series of Poker. 80, 160, 160. And now Alcorn and Hagberg's stack are almost identical as Okamoto's grows to over 15 million once again. button. Unknown cards, 400,000. Weak ace. A better weak ace for Hagberg, but she gives that up. Okamoto with a pocket pair.
Yeah, we saw her play this pair of eights beautifully earlier in the tournament, where she made a really nice call down.
One ace is dead, at least.
Oh, I saw an 8 in the window.
Oh, and an 8 right there for Okamoto, who checked back. Alcorn with the only heart in the hand.
Oh, look at that. Deceptive check. Sneaky.
3 spades out there. Okamoto has not been able to get Alcorn to bite.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, move it up there. Shiina Okamoto had the goods once again.
One thing you'll notice about this final table is that back when people were bluffing, they were running into it. And now when people are making the big call down, they're also running into it. So
No, you can't win for losing, right?
A lot of non-believers. Bluffs are just not running well at this table so far. I know we're going to see one, though. We're going to see a bluff that actually works one day.
So Okamoto starting to take back what she gave away in the last hour. Both the other stacks with under 6 million. Couple of 5s and an 8. Okamoto loving the 8.
Yeah, but on the other hand, the flush draw and the jack of spades for Alcorn is looking pretty nice on this flop. Blind versus blind.
Heather.
Both of them feeling like, hey, you know.
Getting some chips in the pot. Maybe that spade will come. Turn card. It's another 8.
Another boat.
And we've seen this story. Yeah.
Another boat for
So the spade's no
Okamoto.
good for Heather. Luckily, it does not come for her. So Alcorn left with jack high and the 2 pair on board.
Oh, and I think she might bite. Yeah. Yeah. 600K. How about half pot into, well, a little less than half pot, 1.3 million. Is Okamoto now feeling amazing? Last time she had the 5 in this spot, or it was a 2 3s and 2 6s. Now she has the bigger boat. But in truth, whatever raise size she chooses, Heather's gonna have to fold. And she's going to win another big pot. Extending her lead in this tournament. The one thing that's so impressive to me about Okamoto is her consistency. And I mean that by her poker face. She's got an amazing poker face, but also her level of play is very consistent. She's always playing well. She's not making a lot of big mistakes.
Heather says, all right.
And honestly, overall, the level.
Double paired boards.
I know, it's getting ridiculous.
Double paired boards everywhere is being pointed out by the table.
When you're running good, you're running good. The second season of the award-winning PokerStars Big Game is available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel, with new episodes dropping every Saturday. High-stake action from the cash tables, filmed at NAPT Las Vegas in 2024, with Goose Cannon, Jordan Handrich taking on Jennifer Tilley, Sam Crafton, Andre Akari, Griffin Binger, and soccer star Gerard Peak.
Oh, it's such a tremendous show. Make sure to check it out. So entertaining.
Gerard a good player? I've never seen. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's actually really good.
Okay.
No spoilers, though. You might want to hand it to that game.
I'm going to change that to football star, though, I think, instead of soccer star.
24, right? Or 240?
Football. Oh, If it wasn't for my son, I wouldn't have gotten all the jokes in the big game.
Oh, yeah?
My son loves soccer, so
Oh,
like I
nice.
actually get what like the little lingo these guys are using. Love it.
No, there you go.
Grafton was teasing him a lot in the show. So we've got Okamoto this time against Hagberg. It looks like it was just a defense, raise from the button, and a call from Hagberg with the weak ace. Okamoto in position is going to make a bet.
Let's see if Shiina can play a pot without having a full house.
Yeah, I think she can.
That's what I was about to say. It was but we had already, yeah. Yeah.
That's why I turned my head back.
Yeah.
Oh, the blinds just went up, so there was a little bit of a confusion there, I think, with the min bet, but she did bet the correct minimum amount. Yeah, you know, we have the saying in chess that your level is not your best moves, but your worst moves. And I think that's often very true in poker too. That your level is defined by what you do when you're not feeling great and you're tilting a little bit. And we can see that Okamoto, even when she's struggling and having a couple tough hands, she's still in there playing fantastically. And that is really crucial when you get into the short-handed play.
No, she compartmentalizes very well, and that's what you have to do. The last hand has nothing to do with the hand that just took place, other than maybe a read or having another player not playing that way and taking advantage of that tilt. But this hand, different from the last, it's not going to play into next hand.
Hagberg now with the jack-6 suited. Oh, decides to fold it on the button. Definitely could have been an open, but at this point, I think they're also being cognizant of potentially the second place. I don't know. I really think they all want the bracelet.
Oh, I don't think it's ignored. You know, it's 88 grand almost.
Yeah, it's a big difference. 6-figure score there for second place. Blind versus blind, and Alcorn's actually the one who outflops in this situation with bottom
tray.
there.
Yeah. Okamoto with the gut shot.
Yeah, I love this. Heather's definitely suspicious. She knows blind versus blind. That 3 can be good. You're going to have to do more than a min bet to get rid of her. I think dealers are known to be a little sticky too, right? Because they've seen it all. They know how hard it is to get a hand. Oh, she checked out a turn.
Check out a turn?
Oh. Because she's already thinking about being heads up line.
Yeah, oh, right.
She's like, we're thinking optimistically. We're going to get heads up. And then, of course, it flips and the small blind gets the button.
Yeah, check, check.
Check, check.
King's up. King's up will win the hand. That's what we're going to call it. It's in the scorebook.
I wasn't trying to make a move there for sure.
Yeah, definitely not.
I didn't try, but.
I feel cool because I feel Okamoto just made the same joke that I did. I'm like, how cool can you feel except her making the same joke as you?
Alcorn, the short stack now, trying to rebuild. Take a look at the Oats Overnight Tournament Summary 3 now remain. The next payout, almost 88,000.
Sorry.
Julie Huynh, the last to bust in 4th place. Bulk of the prize pool up top from the biggest field ever in this ladies event segment, brought to you by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein, but please shake responsibly. When you first started playing poker and getting big hands against maybe players that you thought were better, if they're shaking? I would shake. I mean, I just had this internal little shake. Were you more comfortable?
When you had a good hand. You shook when you had a good hand. That's so interesting. No,
it's
but
like, I want to play it right. I want to get max value. I want to do the right thing here, you know?
Yeah, definitely sometimes I noticed a little bit of a breathing difference, you know,
Yeah.
and you notice some of the players, they try to cover their neck up to hide that.
Little pulse going on in that.
Yeah, exactly, when you've got that good hand. And sometimes people do that when they're bluffing, so it really just depends on the person. You got to get a baseline on every different person. But one person that's hard to get a baseline in is Okamoto, because she really does kind of remind me of like the Phil Ivey here, of the ladies event
Good point.
because you can't get much from her facial expressions, I don't think. You can't get much.
I'm not afraid of Shiina. I'm afraid of Phil.
Well, if she wins this tournament twice in a row, she's going to be very fearsome.
Oh. Well, you know.
Shiina Okamoto trying to join the likes of Susie Isaacs, Nani Dollison, back-to-back winners of this event. Susie did it back in 96 and 97. Nani Dollison in 2000, 2001, back when there was still some stud and limit poker involved.
But the accomplishment with so many players is really extraordinary. Ace-4 offsuit opening on the butt end.
As mentioned, Barbara Enright cashing in this event as well. The only woman to make a main event final table, of course. She's in the Poker Hall of Fame.
We've had a lot of historic firsts for women in poker in the last year. Xuan Liu winning the first Triton event. Okamoto looking to maybe win 2 of these in a row. It's amazing. I mean, you know, there is a Women in Poker Hall of Fame, and I tell you, man, it's going to be hard to pick who the next couple people are.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Although maybe not as hard as the regular Poker Hall of Fame because they only get 1 per year. That is brutal.
That is crazy. And with Grinder winning a 4th PPC and a 7th bracelet, I think he's eligible next year.
I think he's been eligible. He's over 40.
But I mean, definitely the forefront now on everyone's mind. You're right. He looks a lot older than 40.
Oh, man, I didn't mean it that way. Oh, no. I just, actually Googled his age yesterday, Lon. Seriously.
No, you led me there. You led me there. Don't tell him that.
I'm sure he's not going to be offended. He has a lot to be happy about right now.
He does indeed. Yeah. So the queen's good for Steph Hagberg. Looking to get a little healthier. Okamoto doesn't give up a lot. 4 spades out there. See Steph, of course, with that jack.
4.
No
jack.
Spade for Okamoto.
Nice little pick
She
up
made
there.
the call. Okay.
Wait, she did? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, she did make the call with the ace high.
That was
Wow.
a quiet call.
Yeah, of course, because there was a showdown, but I wasn't expecting her to call, so it kind of freaked me out for a second. It wasn't, it was a pretty small pot, so.
No stealing there. That was full-on Steph. She now puts a little distance between herself and 3rd place Heather Alcorn. But Heather has been down in this tournament before and fought her way back. No raise. Better king for Hagberg.
I love how active Heather is. It doesn't matter if she's lost a couple pots, she's still in there duking it out with the hands that are on the borderline. You notice a lot of people get tired and they'll fold the hands on the border like the king 7, king 8 off. And honestly, sometimes it's the right thing to do, but I just love the spirit. It's yes, the worst king that I'm supposed to open here, I will open. Let's go.
Wow.
But
Free bet from Steph to $1,000,002 sheds Shiina.
Yeah, not a great spot for Alcorn because, like I said, king 7 offsuit. Yeah, sure, suited, maybe she would flat this, but I think she's just going to have to fold this one. Unless she has some kind of sick read and decides to 4-bet it or something. And I wouldn't put it past her because she is, I think, a player who does pick up on things.
She does fold.
Yeah. It's always annoying when you open with the bottom of your range and then you just get punished 3-bet. It's man.
Yeah, I throw up a little bit in the mouth
one.
there. Yeah, Hagberg back over 7 million. She was the chip leader briefly, over 8 million. Then Okamoto destroyed all hope for everyone else by running it up to 17, almost 18 million. Now back down a little bit, but still. We take a look at the Splash Sports Tournament update. 3 remain from the largest ever ladies championship field. First place would follow the biggest ever first place prize. Pay no attention to the average stack. It's heavily favoring Shiina Okamoto right now. All diamonds, ace, queen, tray. Everything favoring Okamoto at the moment.
Right, the only one with a diamond in her hand, even though it is a baby diamond.
But Alcorn flops the 10 to take, or turns the 10 to take the lead. Blank on the river. Heather, check, we'll take it. Nice little gift for Heather from the dealer.
That's right. Go Heather, says her rail.
Yeah, a little warm now, Heather, huh? She tweeted earlier in the World Series when she was playing one of the other events, a little meme about somebody freezing. It says, so cold in here. And I had to give her grief, asking her if it's the first time here at the World Series. She knows it's cold, but she is working under these bright lights most of the time where the temperature is very, very different.
Yeah, it's all about layers when you play poker, because you just never know when you're going to be seated underneath
exactly.
air conditioner, where you're going to be, you know, maybe tossed into one of the TV
in the
tables
same room, even in Paris. If they're in yellow, you're in the refrigerator. If you're in black, you're looking to shed clothing. It's crazy.
Thank you. Yeah, my bad. That's fine.
Heather taking another small pot. Still the short stack, three-handed. Anyone's ball game at this point, still with the talent that all these players have. The Play Poker Go Heather Alcorn bio board. As mentioned, 2019 Dealer of the Year on a circuit ring. She's also an ambassador for the Ship It Poker Cruises. Those are a lot of fun to be on.
Must be my lucky charm.
And another pickup for Heather. Raise the button and takes it down.
Sorry.
A lot of fans here of Heather. Always a pleasure to have her deal your table. And if she's dealing your table, it's an important table.
I mean, that's really prestigious because there's so many great dealers here. To win the Dealer of the Year, not easy.
Yeah, and then she walked off, you know. That was it. She won Dealer of the Year and then went off in her own life, you know. Gratitude, huh? Come on, Heather. Show a little gratitude. Stick around. Come back.
I'm shocked she folded deuces with all those ducks right underneath her.
Right.
Yeah, but I will say Hagberg doesn't like the small pairs. She folded fours in a similar spot.
That's right.
Yeah, much earlier in the event. Now, I mean, technically you're not supposed to like or dislike certain hands, but
respect.
When it's really, really marginal, people sometimes in their preferences do come into play a little bit. Because there's a lot of different ways to play. Like I mentioned earlier that Alcorn is, you know, playing a lot more hands, both by calling and by raising, than Hagberg. But when Hagberg gets in the pot, she does raise quite frequently. So you can kind of like, on the margins, do things differently and still have success with different strategies. Okamoto with the ace-6 offsuit on the button. Whoa, this is very surprising. I was just talking about how Alcorn likes to call with more hands than Hagberg, but king-5 off in the small blind is if very weak hand.
I really love the way that Steph has handled herself. She has not been in these situations nearly as much as the other two. And the grind of a long tournament, the grind of a TV final table can wear on you, and the play is constant. It's a mental stress challenge for you on every hand. And she's right there, looking fresh. She's playing with the best, and she's in second place.
Yeah, I mean, she seems like she's playing really well. Ooh, look at that. And on cue.
Yep.
She does turn the straight. Deceptive little check. We've seen this before from her. She's not afraid to check when she's got the goods. As Okamoto and Heather are both pretty aggressive players, and of course with Okamoto still left to act, easy fold for Alcorn.
Chop pot possibility. That's why it's not a full 100 for Hagberg. Could be a straight on board.
continues with the deception.
It's all Hagberg.
Yeah, the problem though is like, yeah, not this. Hagberg's suddenly starting to think, because I think she's just recognizing the chances of it going check are so high. And she doesn't want that to happen, but leading on the deuce of spades
1 million.
is also a bit unexpected. And he's just going to get the quick fold from Okamoto. I don't think she was going to get any action on the check either, but hey, maybe.
Another nice pot for Steph.
I love it how Heather Alcorn just clearly loves the game so much. She just wants to play every hand. She just, like king 5 off in the small blind. She wants to be in there. She wants to be heads up so bad.
Her highest career cash is just $3,000 for a Poker Atlas tour here in Las Vegas. Take a look at Steph's Play Poker Go bio board. From San Diego, California, originally bartender, as mentioned, a master's degree here at UNLV, Chinese medicine.
And soccer.
Tournament winnings 24K.
And soccer and golf. Okay, that's pretty cool. I can see that. I feel like she's got the athlete's demeanor.
She
like,
does.
Good posture. Seems comfortable with competition. Honestly, a lot of women poker players, I feel like, were previously athletes. It's something you see a lot. Same, I mean, men too.
She also won $2 grand in a Venetian tag team event. But now guaranteed to her was probably an unthinkable almost $88,000 for 3rd place.
And again, Okamoto is just too sticky. Like, she's not overly sticky, but she is sticky as you're supposed to be blind versus blind, because you are getting such tremendous odds and you have the power of position. So you'll notice that when Alcorn raises from the button, Okamoto usually folds. But when Hagberg raises, she almost always calls.
I love this continuation. And it's going to work.
That's right, yeah.
She just had a hand. She went with it. She recognizes what are the chances that your opponent, 3-handed, are going to hit the flop. What are the chances anybody hits the flop? And she had the pocket pair and takes down that pot, and now back over 8.3 million, more than twice the stack of Heather Alcorn. Okamoto still over 15 million, easily covering the other two. Back to work for Steph, but she's going to fold the button with ace deuce.
Yeah, exactly. Very different styles, pre-flop especially, between her and Alcorn. They're both out there to get pots post-flop, but Alcorn just likes to play a lot more hands pre-flop.
A limp and a check. See a flop.
Oh, looking beautiful there.
Queen and an ace out there.
Queen 5 suited with the backdoor clubs for Alcorn, and a tray for Okamoto.
So all three would have hit that flop had they been in the pot.
Oh, good point. Yeah, there's that ace deuce. Huh?
Alcorn with the best of it, calls for 160. Middle pair. Alcorn still good. More equity for Okamoto.
400.
Exactly half pot here by Alcorn. 400K into 800K, making a pot of 1.2 million. Will Okamoto call this? We know she's sticky. She does not like to fold. There's a mathematical concept in poker called minimum defense frequency. And generally it states that if you fold too often, you're going to get run over. That's basically what it means. Because when they bet less than full pot, I mean, if you fold too much, you just let them bluff too easily.
So why do you have to have this fancy label of minimum defense ministries or whatever you say?
Minimum defense ministry, okay.
That's a Harry Potter thing. Uh-oh.
Oh my God, minimum defense frequency. I was completely off on that. More like, let's turn this tree into a bluff. I mean, I wasn't expecting that. But Okamoto has a feeling here. You know, one of the reasons she has this feeling is because there was no raise pre-flop, right? So she completed and Alcorn just checked, right? So a lot of times if you have an ace, you raise. Not always, but a lot of the time, right? Like an ace 10, an ace jack, an ace queen definitely would raise. And almost a lot of, even the other aces would often do it.
Betting her draw also.
Well, yeah, exactly. She's got the draw and she could hit a 3. I mean, she's good at hitting those trips, right?
Heads up.
Yeah. She's good at hitting those trips as well. So, yeah, a pretty nice play, and you'll see this a lot heads up. If the play happens in a way where your opponent doesn't have an ace that often, and there's an ace on the board, you will often see these aggressive plays of chicken. Like, I don't think you have an ace. What are you going to do? But the only thing is Alcorn, she also is very sticky. She does not like to get bullied. That's it. I did see a little wince there on her face. And I noticed that when she does make that wince, sometimes I think she doesn't feel like she can proceed with the hand because her opponent has noticed.
She gives it
You
up.
know what I
The
mean?
pressure on the short stack was too much.
Yeah, we saw that earlier where she was thinking about making a big call with an ace. And this time, in that time, it was when Okamoto actually had the goods. It was when she had 8-5, and she had an ace-3 again.
Thank you.
She had an ace-3 this time. She didn't have an ace, sorry. But at that time, she actually had top pair, and it was an even bigger fold.
Champions winning pots that they should not. Heather Alcorn with that short stack faced with putting another million in there with the overcard on the board with the draw, with already a pair in hand for Okamoto. A lot could have gone south for Alcorn on that river, but that point.
Yeah, tough one. You know, the thing about it is I mentioned that, like, I feel like for Alcorn, she is very expressive. I can relate because I have a very expressive face as well. Part of that comes from being on camera sometimes. It's a blessing, but it can also be a curse in poker, because then once you make any kind of expression, even if it's a micro expression, you're aware of it, and you know that your opponent is aware of it. And then if you proceed to the river, you know that they know that you almost folded the turn and you're screwed. So it's like once she made that micro expression, I'm like, yeah, she's gonna fold.
Did you see the last hand with Steph raising with nothing?
Wow.
And you know, she's finding her gear, she's finding her comfort zone, and you have to step out once in a while. I think it was 8-6 or something like that. She raised and got the fold, and that's going to give her juice to move forward.
Ellen.
Well, let's come down to this. Alcorn with the ace-king.
Yeah. So that was a pretty big jam, but you know, we are getting to that point where she's in the 20-ish big blind stage. So she wants to just pick up some blinds, build her stack back up. I mean, ace king off is so strong. You normally min raise there, and then like you hope that somebody has the ace queen or the ace jack and repops you, and you're doing a little celebration dance in your head. But you know, hey, I mean, sometimes it works. Sometimes it works. And honestly, with a hand as strong as ace queen, they're going to call you anyway after you jam, probably. So you know, that one you're going to get either way.
And it's a little endorphin rush to the brain that you just won the pot. When you're stacking chips, you do have that chemical reaction in your brain. And that's a good thing going forward.
I mean, the reality is a hand like ace king off is so strong that no matter what you do, you're going to make a lot of money from the hand. And it's more about just, you know, trying to figure out which way you want to go with it. But generally in a lot of these spots, when you have hands that you can jam with and hands that you can raise with, you want to pick your very strongest hands and your weakest hands to raise with, and then your jamming hands should be the kind of ones in between, like the, you know, those small pairs and the suited aces and things like that. But then you also don't want to be predictable, so sometimes you mix it up.
Top pair with the deuces out there for Hagberg. Dealer could do a disservice to Heather, putting a 6 or a 4 out there, but might not have the opportunity to see a river card. No. There's a fold. So yeah, if you're wondering if you know, the payouts play a role, we've got a jump between third and second of about 35,000. Second place worth over 122K, 87, 88K guaranteed to all three. I think it means something. I don't know if they're thinking it or letting it affect their play, but if you ask them, it means something.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think a little bit, but I feel like not that much.
Not in the heat of battle.
Maybe when, like, you know when it will really come into play? If Alcorn gets to, like, you know, even now, like if Alcorn gets into like 1 million, 1.2 million territory, of course Hagberg is going to start to be a little bit more concerned about big pots with Okamoto, because he just doesn't want to like leave all that money on the table and let Alcorn squeak into the second place. So yeah, it's starting to become more relevant right now.
This is the last portion of the tournament where you have one spot to hide. Got the two blinds and then the button out there. Doesn't have to put any chips in. They can fold for free.
But I mean, honestly, the bracelet's like a lifetime achievement, you know? It's so huge. I mean, it depends, obviously it depends on everyone's situation and how they feel about that achievement and how much they need and desire it in their career. But it's just so big.
400. 400.
Big raise from Heather.
And I assume she'd be the first dealer of the year to win a bracelet. So that in itself is a first.
Shiina is interested.
400K. So not the min raise. We've seen a lot of min raising.
Oh, wow. Puts her all in. Heather would rather have done that herself.
Yeah, what a gutsy move there by Okamoto. I think what she's picking up on is that she jammed with a similar stack, and she feels like maybe this is weak and that one was strong.
Heather gives it up, but once again, Okamoto applying the perfect pressure at the perfect time.
Yeah. But that's why you really want to min raise sometimes with those bladed hands, because when you have an aggressive player like Okamoto, you're going to get so much value. And here we have the chip count, 16 million plus for our reigning champ Okamoto, looking to go back-to-back. Hagberg in a very comfortable second place right now, and Heather Alcorn, who's been playing some amazing and enterprising poker. Unfortunately now, definitely the short stack. Can she come back?
Yep. Good look at our PokerStars leaderboard. From the biggest field ever down to our final three.
Loading.
Oh, she just went all in. Putting on the pressure is Okamoto. Ace 3 off, baby ace. Makes a lot of sense to just jam that blind versus blind indeed.
$16.7 million. Okamoto.
Okamoto, by the way, looking for her biggest ever cash, which is hilarious because her other biggest catch was last year at this exact same tournament, but because it's bigger.
Bigger field. Alcorn all in with the ace 9.
No. Oh, I made it much harder.
She gives herself a little smile here. Happy to pick up any chips now as a shorty.
I just feel so far away from
I know.
They're smiling that, hey, we have a new bracelet winner in the house from Romania, Narcis Nedelcu from Romania, as mentioned, 184,000 plus winning event number 73 was it? The $1,500 8-game mix.
That's a prestigious one to win because, you know, you got to need a lot of skill to do that 8-game mix. King, queen suited now all in from Heather Alcorn.
Okamoto folds a weak ace.
Yeah. My PokerStars teammate Caitlin Komeski actually went pretty deep in that 8-game mix.
So now what is the mindset of Hagberg and Okamoto now, knowing that Heather is in shove mode.
Hope to get a good hand.
Yeah, right? Does it change Okamoto's ranges? Does it, Hagberg, who's not the most experienced here, wondering how she handles it. We've seen her fold some playable hands leading up to this moment.
Yeah, well, I think she's all ready for it because she's already good at folding the marginal hands, and being that there's a reshove stack in the big blind makes a hand like this with King 8, which maybe was an open with a deeper stack. She's more inclined to fold it, but I think she still could have opened it, to be honest. But folding is certainly fine as well. But that's her style, I think. She plays aggressively with the hands that she wants to play, but when it's right on the border, like a deuces or something that she doesn't like that much, she's happy to fold it and just take a deep breath and go on to the next one. It's Heather that likes to play a lot of spots, and that's actually a little hard for her in this spot because Okamoto has picked up on the fact that Heather likes to play a lot of hands. And she's going to be rejamming very liberally because of that.
Heather wants to see a flop. Three-way action. Ace high, king high, queen high. Alcorn suited. Queen high says hello. Is Hagberg with the advantage. She checks. All check. Oh, wow. Queen's up now for Hagberg.
And a straight draw for Alcorn.
One down.
Call.
And a call.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, Alcorn being a dealer knows how brutal it is if you don't shove those chips into the middle.
No straight for Heather.
Seven.
Quick fold by Heather, Alcorn.
Yeah, she had to take a look. Little Miss Steal Your Chips. Now over 9 million for the first time. And on the horizon, she can see Shiina Okamoto and her 16 million chip stack.
Oh, it's going to be an amazing heads-up match. Whoever it's going to be right now, it looks like the favorites are going to be Okamoto and Hagberg, as Alcorn is in a distant third right now. Can she score a double? Let's see.
Free fold for Heather Alcorn. Small blind, 5-2 suited. And still Okamoto with the best of it. If she decides to just check her option. But does she want to put pressure? Yes, she does on Hagberg.
Oh, yeah, what a beast. She sees how short Alcorn is, and she just wants to put the max pressure.
It's like 650, 750.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that Hagberg had raised. Okay.
650, okay.
No, Hagberg actually just called, and now
Yeah.
Okamoto makes it 650. Makes it huge. Yeah, wow.
You don't come into my game and just limp. What Okamoto's saying. I tried.
Yeah, nice raise there. Okay, I guess it wasn't that big of a raise. It was
Big
4x.
raise,
4x
yeah,
the big blind.
that's
Yeah,
a pretty
4x the big
good size
blind.
raise, yeah.
But mostly Hagberg has been raising pre, not limping, so we haven't seen that pattern that often.
If you've been out playing any tournaments, a lot of the talk is about this WSOP Plus app, which has been saving a lot of people a lot of time and lines and information and just making it easier to be here. And it seems to have worked really well so far.
I have heard rave reviews.
WSOP Plus app. You need it to play, and can enter tournaments, check other tournaments. It's got a search. You can go find your buddies, find out what table they're at, instead of texting, where are you now?
I have to say, I've never gotten anything from Okamoto, but I feel like I got a tiny expression there.
Is that right?
One.
Yeah.
A little bit, yes. Because, you know, normally she's raising, jamming here a lot, but she's like 9-3 suited. Do I really need to? Maybe I can just complete, especially because Heather's not exactly non-suspicious. You know, she really likes to call off if she feels like she's got it. And look at this, two
Draws
monster
for
draws.
Both have draws. Flush draw, Okamoto, straight draw. Alcorn. That misses both. Alcorn still best with the queen high. Oh, heart on the end as Alcorn pairs up.
Oh, brutal. Okamoto with the flush. Look at this pained look on her face. She looks so sad. Not really, though. She makes it 400, exactly half pot into 800.
A quarter of Heather's remaining stack. There's the call.
Yeah, I don't blame her for calling that. Nope.
Yep.
And now Alcorn is very short, underneath the 10 big blind mark.
Ay, ay, ay.
Smiling assassin. Shiina Okamoto.
One tip is if you're playing a really aggressive player and you feel like they're constantly jamming on you in that spot and they just limp, you know, you can think about just raising a lot of the time, you know, in general, but also as an exploit. It can work out really well for you if you get that vibe.
One of the nicknames that has emerged for Okamoto is the locomotive, that she has no brakes on her, a runaway train.
She's just so good. She's so good. She plays great. And I was going to say, actually, I've seen so many players from Japan at the table, so many Japanese women at the table. Definitely increases my urge to go to Japan because they always look like they're having an amazing time playing poker. I'm like, can I join your crew?
Nice.
But I'm wondering if those extra, like, you know, 100 players who entered, how many of those are Japanese? Because it's kind of ironic that, you know, she's leading this again and going for an even higher prize, and maybe a lot of the extra people that are in there.
We're seeing that on the men's and women's pro golf tours as well.
More Japanese players? Nice, yeah.
And I you know, can't ignore also as the field shrinks in this event and the number of Asian players that are involved and running deep in events. And one is certainly probably the numbers, but the training they're getting, the social media that is happening about poker in Asia, and they've really taken to it.
Yeah, you know, and I think one of the things about being a little newer to the game, I do think that even though she hasn't played as long as some professionals, she probably took the right approach because, you know, the theory of poker has been so developed in recent years. And I have used Google Translate to try to read some of the interviews with her in Japanese, and she's very much into studying the game. She's very serious about studying the math and the theory of the game. And of course, in the last few years, those tools have become very powerful. Some people have to relearn things. She was able to learn the right things from scratch.
Heather calls with king 8 off. Hagberg, you see, ace jack suited. Jack. Alcorn coming up way short. Hagberg with middle pair. It goes check, check. Heather has just been hoping for something good to happen for the last 45 minutes or so, and it just is not coming.
320. funny.
No, it's very frustrating, isn't it? Some really tough hands.
And you can't force it. She knows she's just got to fold. I mean, the only time you can force it pretty much is pre-flop and hope you get some folds if, you know, it's one of those marginal hands that you have to shove.
Well, now she's down to so few chips that she's going to
Yeah.
have to start thinking about shoving when she gets a hand, for sure.
Face cards. Hagberg over 9.5 million now.
What happened? Oh.
This is a moment where I think Okamoto is going to raise any two. Except maybe that one.
Mm-hmm.
She found one.
More chips coming Steph's way. She has figured out this game in a big way in a short time. Octopi Poker might get you there too. It's the next generation study system for everyone from casual players to elite pros like Stephen Chidwick. It's fun to use, affordable, and full of features. Head to octopipoker.ai and check it out.
I love how his mustache matches the octopus. It's pretty amazing. I mean, that's like next level branding.
Yeah.
Let's go. Alcorn with the 5-4 offsuit. Oh no, when you're really short, you want the bigger cards for sure. Although it's really tough with the big blind Annie because the next hand,
Alright, here we go.
the next hand she's in the big blind and
Yeah.
that big blind is now dead.
She's got that.
I mean, the Annie's dead. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's got that staring look in between hands where just like, it's coming, you know. The big wheel is turning. It's going to run me over if I don't pick something up. And, you know, whatever you do, you know it's a cheap call for your opponent. So it doesn't take much for them. But also, it's an opportunity. Button, 10-9 of diamonds. It's pretty. Nope.
Well, this one's going all in.
Yep, all in. Pocket tens.
Whoa, what hands blind first blind?
So
I
Alcorn
need a 10.
with 2 unders, but the pocket pair already.
Unfortunately, one of those tens is dead, as we saw. 10-9 suited has been
Keeping
folded.
great.
Great. King Jack off versus tens. I threw a 10.
Really?
Yeah.
Okamoto looking for another knockout at this final table. She has 2 so far. Alcorn on the hook. Ahead right now a little bit with her pocket tens, looking to keep her ladies championship bracelet hopes alive. Here we go. Pocket tens all in. And there's a 10 in the window and a king queen. It ain't over. Okamoto with 8 outs. Ace or 9. Never easy. Turn card. Another king.
And the outs have changed.
Oh my goodness. A full house for Alcorn and still has to sweat the river.
She's trying to dodge a jack, a king, or a queen. No paint.
No paint, and Heather sticks around. Her rail calling for a deuce. The river card is the ace. And it's not paint, but it ain't easy to watch. Heather Alcorn will double up to $1.2 million. And they can keep drinking on the rail.
And her rail is euphoric.
Oh, sorry.
Wow.
It's always a sweat.
I mean, you know, you turn a full house and you sit down and go on to the next, but not this time.
At least it was exciting. You get to live for another hand.
I threw a 10.
No way.
So
Thank you for not saying it.
And look at that expressions. Her expressions are amazing. Yeah, she's very expressive. Very expressive. It does make it a little bit harder, but she's up for the challenge. When you have an expressive face like that, you just gotta watch out and make sure you keep your poker face, because it's a little less natural. It's funny, Chris Moneymaker told me that when he won the world championship, and he was playing in a lot of games with actors and actresses. A lot of them have that problem because they have such big expressions.
Right. But they can convey a lot of emotion with the smallest expression. That's their job, and it just comes through at the table sometime, unfortunately for them.
Exactly. That people think it's good, but it's actually sometimes bad. Gentili overcame it though.
Yeah. Little raise, a little more to call. Suited 6 deuce for Hagberg. 6 out there to take the lead. Bottom pair gets a check. Okamoto, as she has done several times, finds a way to come from behind and bite you.
Well, luckily for Hagberg, it might be easy to get away from this one. I'm not sure if one bet will do it, but she's not going to get stacked or anything like that.
I mean, she knows Okamoto's going to put pressure on her anyway. But Okamoto just happens to have it here.
She gets the 2 pair in the river.
Of course. Can she get any value out of Steph here?
I don't think so. I mean, I think Steph was actually like kind of on the borderline on the turn, honestly, but it was a pretty small bet, 1/3 pot. I think if bigger, she might have folded the turn.
It's a healthy bet.
But let's see, I've been wrong before in this heads-up match. And Okamoto is so aggressive that sometimes people just convince themselves, you know, this is the last street. If I call, like, do you get to see? And, you know, there are, like, hands with 7s and 8s in them that might check back and then start firing on the ace. You know, just, you know, to give an example of a random King 7, Queen 7. But she does make a correct fold. Alcorn's still extremely short, right? So even after winning that hand, he has to be so careful. And the other players have to be cognizant that when they raise and Alcorn ships it, if she ships it, they're going to be committed. But Alcorn's on the button now, actually, so that's irrelevant. Ooh, a hand on the button with jacks. Let's
Heather
go.
Alcorn is all in with the jacks. 1 fold. Okamoto with 7s.
Insta call.
And she will call, and Heather Alcorn's going to sweat another all in once again. Ahead, she can't help but put her cards into the all-in position by the box. And now on her feet once again. Had to go and survive a river card to get through Okamoto a moment ago. Now her ducklings on their feet and very interested. Laser focus. Jacks at risk. Jacks ahead. Easy flop to watch for Heather Alcorn. Okamoto doesn't stand to lose much at all. She's not sweating anything right now. It's Heather Alcorn looking to hang on. Kind of looked like a 7. 1 card to come. Heather Alcorn has to avoid a 7 to keep from being our 3rd place finisher. The river card, another deuce, another full house for both. But it is Alcorn, pocket jacks that come through and boost her stack to $2.5 million.
I see some really familiar faces on Heather's rail. I see AJ Rudolph, big proponent of women in poker, part of the Women in Poker Association. I saw another player that I played on day 1 with who was hilarious. He's wearing those yellow glasses. Nice to see the support that these players have. And now we have another three-handed battle, right? It was looking a little predetermined that she was going to get out, and hey, now she's back up in there.
Yeah, and
2.5 million.
You are bottom. Yeah.
You want to pay it for me? I don't mind.
I believe you.
Okay.
no chips to put in on the button.
The dealer knows best. Both dealers. Got two dealers at the table.
So Alcorn's last double up brought her to 2.2. It didn't seem that long ago, so it wasn't a monster double up as she in between. You know, there's a lot of chips to put into the pot.
Yeah.
And so she had been busted down to about 1.3 or so.
15 bigs feels like piles now. As Hagberg picks up a very playable hand, king 10 off.
320.
Min open.
Heather, take a look with 5-4 suited. We've seen this before from her. 160,000 more. Let's pick up a draw, but still behind.
I mean, honestly, if Hagberg bets this is the kind of spot that I do really like a check raise. It's just so hard for your opponent to have as many sixes, and you know, you've got a lot of outs, as we can see. But it didn't come to that because Hagberg just checked back, envisioning that actually, that she likes having those overs and doesn't really want to face a check raise.
Heather just checking, not wanting to put more chips into the pot.
350.
And yeah, we'll get it done for Steph Hagberg. 5-4 suited does not work for the short stack there, and the players are going to take a level break. Heather Alcorn managed to make it to the end of that level, but poker's going to get a little more expensive to play when they all come back. PokerStars leaderboard. Shiina Okamoto looking for back-to-back Ladies Championship bracelets, but the other two have a lot to say about it. Steph Hagberg in second place. Heather Alcorn is still with us. So one of these three will win a bracelet tonight. We will be back after the short break and see if Okamoto can make it 2 in a row.
I'm not afraid to do what I have to do.
You know what my problem is? I just don't believe you.
Let's see what this footballer is made out of.
I'm an aggressive player.
Stop showing off, mate. Are you kidding me?
Anything can happen in a big game on tour.
A lot of times they're bored, maybe not in this situation at the World Series, but they're playing the hand mentally as well, trying to figure out what each player has as they go along. So a lot of experience for Alcorn in that regard. Uenomachi now, ace king of diamonds.
Oh, some big hands coming up here. Because we've got one of our short stacks.
And look at this, pocket eights for the chip leader and defending champion. That's a call. Small pocket pair for Alcorn on the button. Looks like she'll set mine.
Thank you.
Hegedus in the small. Has 40,000 invested already in the small blind. Hegedus originally from Moscow, lives in Florida now. She was 12th last year in this event. She does make the call. Win folds her king 6.
Back to you.
Back to you, Sam.
Good fold win.
You got this.
Looks like you got odds, but king 6 is just such a terrible hand.
There's odds and there's odds. Right?
There's reverse odds.
So one of the kings are gone. We know that.
Check.
Jack 7-4.
And nobody really loves this that much, although the eights.
It's,
yeah, I mean,
pretty good, but somebody might have the jack somehow.
4 ways to the flop, it is certainly scary. You're looking for something strong, but Okamoto at the same time might feel good if it checks around.
This might
All right,
check around.
let's do it. See another one.
Another 7.
Bringing in a second flush draw.
A lot of red cards being held in the hole by the women. Hegedus gonna take a shot at it on the paired board. Flushing this out there too.
Looking for that 8. There's only 2 left, but she doesn't know that.
Ace King, it's just a drawing hand. Into the muck. Pocket 8s now, a different story for the chip leader. And with the best hand, Okamoto comes along as Heather Alcorn folds. So we're heads up going to the river. Pocket 8s against the 10-9.
Double pairs the board on the river. Okamoto, what I've heard is that she's a tremendous player and she's not afraid to make a big call down or a big fold, big bluff on this stage. Helps that she's been here 2 times before. Meanwhile, Hegedus, also very brave, said that she came here to win. She doesn't even know what second place is. That's what she told PokerOrg.
Ace high, no good. If indeed that's what Okamoto may think that Juliet is on. It's worse than that.
Well, she could think that she's on like a lot of things, maybe some draws, you know, some king-queen suiteds.
Well, she's got the stack to be wrong too.
Queen 10 suited, types of hands that you might just call there from the small blind.
They played a lot together on day 2.
It's possible if she had one of the baby aces, she would just check here, thinking that it would be chopped up, and she does make the call.
She does make the call. Very nice call from Shiina Okamoto. She's asked me to call into some of her dealer classes just to discuss World Series events and the like, and it's a great group. They have a lot of fun, they learn a lot, and they become some of the best dealers in the game. And speaking of that, we've got Juliet in the box right now, or Jessica in the box, I'm sorry, dealing to this final table. A raise from Veronica. Again, Sonia with a 7 of clubs, Okamoto with a suited queen. Now folded to Hegedus.
We would all wore dresses.
Ace Jack now for Julie Huynh.
I don't think they would have been in a different mood.
No, we don't.
Short stack at the table. It's going to be a heads-up matchup. Ace Jack against the Ace 7. Huynh, the short stack. Her first live cash. Former nail salon owner, now travels and kind of a foodie. Plays some poker on the road as well. And here she is at a final table at the World Series of Poker. Couple of 5s out there and a 10. Jack still in play. That seals the deal for Huynh.
Veronica did check the flop. You know, she's a little suspicious, even though she's the pre-flop raiser, because that call on the button with that stack size, considering the fact that she's the shortest stack, it's a little scary. Veronica knows that she does have a lot of pretty good hands here. It's kind of like the opposite that some people might think. You know, if somebody like Okamoto had called, she might actually fire. But she looks at that stack size and she's like, I just feel that, and with that jack turning, there are a lot of hands.
240?
Yeah, but she makes the call with the ace high.
Huynh's happy to see that.
Perhaps
maybe 98%.
You know, king queen is likely holding here from the button. The hand that is kind of similar there, where you know she wouldn't want to like raise with that stack size, but she might just flat the button. And so Sonia Veronica potentially targeting that hand.
A call on the turn might earn a check on the end. She's looking at her stack. She wants more.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Healthy bet, 400,000 on the end. Oh, wow.
Check raising all in here, putting the pressure on the short stack. Oh, wow.
Back to the horseshoe. 3 women left in the $1,000 entry fee of the Ladies Championship here. The 56th Annual World Series of Poker. Shiina Okamoto, Steph Hagberg, Heather Alcorn. One of them will win a bracelet. None of us will. I'm Lon McCarron along with Jen Shahade and Natalie Bodie, bringing you all the action from the event center at the Horseshoe. We started with 7, we're down to 3. That bracelet up for grabs. Take a look at the Octopi Poker payouts. Everyone guaranteed almost $88,000. 122 for second, and biggest ever prize for the Ladies Championship, $184,000. And cab fare through the tunnel for the champion. As we move up in blinds, 100, 200, 200. Things getting very expensive. But it's been some recent good news for Heather Alcorn. That's got to give her a little shot in the arm, don't you think?
That's right. I mean, she was down to something like 600K, and now she's up to 2.2 million, so still 11 bigs, but is going to have to pick up some hands and some pots because these blinds are, of course, coming fast and furious with only 3 players at the table. Okamoto.
Okamoto, the overwhelming storyline here, looking for back-to-back. Finished second 2 years ago, first last year, chip leader throughout, trying to win her second World Series of Poker bracelet in consecutive years. Ace, king, and a raise, and she'll take it. Nobody had nothing.
I mean, she's just playing absolutely phenomenal poker. I mean, she's picking up a lot of hands, but also just playing phenomenally. Reminds me a lot about a lot like last year when she got a heads up against Jamie Kurtstetter.
You don't like me, do you?
Got some great cards and played great to get that title.
Another back-to-back winner we want to give a little credit to, and in the women's world too. Susie Isaacs, back in 96 and 97, won the women's 1K stud event. Great accomplishments for women through the years at the World Series of Poker.
King?
But this has been a good one.
I prefer aces.
Yesterday.
Of course.
Ite picking up 3rd place. Best finish ever for a female player in the Poker Players Championship.
Like 600 grand or so, something like that. Yeah,
yeah, just under.
To me this tournament. That hand hurt against you though.
Oh.
The Kings against the Ace 10.
Kings against Ace 10. That was a long time ago.
No.
Heather with a suited ace gets a walk. Take a look at the True Classic chip denomination still in play. Alas, we say goodbye to the 5K. Green, blues, and pinks.
That magenta is sharp. They're especially sharp because they're worth so
kind
much.
Of coral-esque, you know, I guess.
And Okamoto's got plenty of magenta chips in her stack.
On the button, Okamoto with the raise with 10-9. Alcorn, the queen 10 calls. And Hagberg says no thanks, I'll step aside and let Okamoto knock out Heather if possible. That will mean second place money for Steph, but we're a long way from that happening right now. 7-7-9. Okamoto with the best of it, 2 pair.
Domination rotation, as Stapleton likes to say.
Any loss is painful to the stack of Heather Alcorn, while Okamoto continues to stack her winnings, color her up a little bit, up to 16.7 million. She's been the favorite to win this since all of day 2 of this 4-day event. Chip leader, or close to it. End of day 2, she was the chip leader. End of day 1, she was 3rd in chips. After day 2, Heather had 1 million less than the leaders.
I don't want your
Fought
bag.
her way to our TV final table of 7. Steph 10-9 and a raise. Okamoto will try to make the 6-5 of clubs work. Wow, 2 clubs for Okamoto. And the 9-10 for Hagberg. She checks top pair. And the gut shot.
Yeah, middle pair plus the gut shot, exactly. And Okamoto.
Middle pair, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, definitely 2 really good-looking hands, heads up. You know, sometimes you don't get anything when you're blind versus blind here.
Okamoto willing to go with her draw, 800,000.
Yeah, a little over a half pot here from Okamoto. And Hagberg, of course, is not going to go anywhere.
There you go. Turn card. Ooh, wow.
2 pair for Hagberg, but a flush for
That
Okamoto.
didn't just happen, did it?
But okay,
Checks
and,
for
you
2
know,
pair.
I mean, on the other hand, like an 8 makes a straight also. So your 2 pair isn't looking as exciting as it normally would. But she's certainly going to lose some chips here, I'd say.
Okamoto, stack of those 100K chips. Maybe not a full stack. Stephen will let us know in the box. 1,600,000.
1.6 million, again, just over half pot. So it was 800K into 1.4 million, and now 1.6 million into 3 million.
You can't shy away from this. I mean, yeah, you can. You wonder, am I being bullied by the chip leader? Now looking at her stack.
And Okamoto planning ahead is thinking about the river and setting up that jam on the river. That is kind of what she's thinking about here when she makes it this size. She's hoping that Hagberg calls, and then she'll
And you
have a
got 6
perfect
million in the
size.
middle with 5 million behind. Yeah.
4 million.
Wow. The check raise from Hagberg into the made flush of Okamoto.
My God, she looks pain, Okamoto. She looks so upset. But it's
And
not
it's
real.
yeah.
It's not real.
I mean,
it's just like a slight difference from her normal poker face.
I mean, what's the little thought bubble there? It's like, really?
Do you have no chip behind the green chip?
No.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. That's
Not
not
a
a
good
question.
question.
That's
Not a
not
good
a question
question.
you want to hear. Uh-oh.
And Steph answered like, no. What a play, though. Okamoto with just a 6-eye flush. I mean, what are the odds? She knows the odds. All in. Now, suddenly Hagberg, who had second place locked up almost, is in danger of losing her entire stack. A redraw to a boat, but that's it.
Yeah, there's not a lot else there. Yikes. Not a good outcome at all. And you know this check raise, of course, she's now regretting.
Does she believe Okamoto now?
Yeah, I think so. 3-bet here in this type of situation. Or if she were to call it off, imagine what a gift that would be for Heather Alcorn, who would suddenly jump into second place money.
Well, she's happy not to hear her snap call.
Oh yeah, she's thrilled. Good point. Thinking it could be some kind of insane cooler. A rare misstep here by Hagberg, who's played so solid and so well. It's hard when you play against somebody like Okamoto because her ranges are so wide. Her raising ranges are wide. Her betting ranges are wide. So you have two pair and you think it's good.
Heather Alcorn loving every second of this. And there is the call. Oh, my! Okamoto with the flush made on the turn. Hagberg now puts all of her chips into the middle with 4 outs. She did not believe. 1 card to come. Okamoto on the verge of a huge win. Heather Alcorn with a chance to guarantee second place money, but it's not over. A 10 or a 9 on the end, and Hagberg doubles up into the chip lead. The river card. A 7 again, and that is it. Oh, what a stunning turn of events as Steph Hagberg got caught. She felt she had to go with it, and she finishes where she started this final table in 3rd place, but it is worth almost $88,000, and a beautiful hug from her partner on the rail.
Holding up, I'm assuming.
And that's a good guy, man, because whatever he just said made her smile.
Steph Hagberg eliminated.
That was such a good snag.
Nobody expected that, but a beautiful performance by a player who has not been in this situation before. Her biggest lifetime cash, around $3,000. But Steph Hagberg will go to the cage and collect almost $88,000 for finishing 3rd in this championship. And now we are heads up. Heather Alcorn guaranteed second place money, but she's got a mountain of chips to overcome, being held by Shiina Okamoto. They're going to quickly reset, get heads up ready as we take a look at the PokerStars chip count right now. Alcorn with 2.2 million and almost a, well, 12-1. Yeah, 12-1 advantage. Shiina Okamoto, 25.1 million.
I understand what Hagberg was thinking, though. She was really feeling like she was going to get bullied by Okamoto with Alcorn being a short stack.
All right, we're going to step away just for a few seconds. Let them get set up, but we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Heads up for the bracelet.
Want to play online poker for free? With PokerGO, you get the thrill of authentic poker anytime, anywhere. From quick casual games to action-packed tournaments, PokerGO lets you compete against real players around the globe, all for free. No bots, no gimmicks, just pure poker fun. Hone your skills and enjoy the poker experience you love. Explore PokerGO on web, iOS, and Android. Deal yourself in now.
Versus ace.
Can I get a count?
Well, a lot of jaws still on the floor.
Please come.
And they're giggling now.
It
as
only
they're
takes
happy
a couple of chips for you to call me.
Happy to be heads up.
A 6-4 heads-up record for Okamoto, and for Heather Alcorn, 3-2 heads-up in her poker career. And now they have taken their respective corners, and here we go.
Same exact ratio, 6-4 and 3-2. Both love to get involved in pots. Heather is certainly in her element, heads up.
Okamoto just took a huge step forward for her 2nd consecutive bracelet win in this ladies championship with the knockout of Steph Hagberg in 3rd.
Ellen.
Alcorn top pair, Okamoto with the middle pair all in, says Heather.
Oh, interesting spot. I mean, a lot of times, yeah, she's going to
give
get
it
a
a
double.
shot. You give it a shot.
Well, she's going to get a double if there's no 10 or 7.
Heather Alcorn has been in this position on her feet twice before against Okamoto. Of course, has survived both. Trying to do it one more time. Okamoto with the 5 outs to win bracelet number 2.
In the same event. Heather Alcorn looking to get back into contention.
First hand of heads up.
On top.
Oh, thank you very much, Dealer of the Year 2019, Sam says. They deal it differently at Live Casino in Pittsburgh. Tell her, Sam. Okamoto now looking for an out to go back to back. That's not one of them. 10 or a 7, and the bracelet is hers. Anything else? A double up, and who knows for Heather Alcorn. The river card. Queens up instead for Heather, and she doubles now to over 4 million. Step 1 taken on hand 1.
Very nicely done, Heather Alcorn. Going right in with the double and the first hand of heads up.
Shiina Okamoto had to overcome all the poker skills that Jamie Kerstetter brought to heads up last year, and she managed to get by one of the best players around. And now Okamoto trying to do the same to maybe one of the best dealers ever in the world, who's changed course to become a poker player. Still, Okamoto showing no signs of stress, and why would she? 23 million to 4 million.
She was so good last year, Alon, but she's gotten even better. It's really like, she's such a beast.
I mean, to do it again, you have to be better.
Yeah, but it's not just you can really see by her actual play. Like, she was so good last year, and she's just so good.
King 7 on the button. Favored in a heads-up situation, and she is against the 10-4. And there's a 10 in the kitchen for Okamoto.
I don't think Alcorn checked back. Oh, I thought she was going to call one, but it was a bigger bet than usual, so okay, it makes sense that she folded.
She picked up on that.
Yeah.
Alcorn has to tread very lightly or very decisively with any action. Heads up with a huge chip deficit on the Play Poker Go. Shiina Okamoto bio board mentioned she's, of course, from Tokyo, an architect by profession, graduated from Kyoto University, defending champion, over 800,000 in live tournament earnings around the world, Hong Kong, Vegas, Japan.
Oh, so she's going to be just under 1 million if she wins this night. Just under.
King 9-7. Heather with bottom pair checks it. Nice turn card for Heather. As Okamoto drawing dead, she'll try to get a few chips out of her.
She got the check mark. Unfortunately, Okamoto had absolutely nothing.
You gotta bet it when you have it, bet it when you don't have it. Heather Alcorn, as mentioned, poker dealer here, the World Series of Poker for a long time. 2019 World Series of Poker Dealer of the Year, won a circuit ring in 2018.
Oh, okay. Okay.
358,000.
Oh, you're saying they should do that.
In live winnings.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
Could you write up, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
She seems so in her element. Does Alcorn here, heads up. Although, you know, with the big blind ante, usually you end up calling or raising with most of your hands heads up. Jack-7, a bit strong to fold, I think, which is surprising to me because Heather Alcorn just loves playing hands. So I'm not exactly sure why she folded that one. Maybe some kind of vibe.
A limp. Big blind with ace-9.
All in.
Probably going to be hearing that whenever possible at this moment. And the great part about Okamoto's game, she doesn't take any opponent for granted. She plays her A game. She knows she has to play her A game. Never takes a hand off. Case in point.
Yep. She's going to raise this up because she knows that it's very hard to defend the right amount against these types of raises now, because you have to start really defending with some bad hands like this Jack-6 suited.
We're heads up now because we lost Steph Hagberg in third place. She's with Natalie Bodie right now.
Stephanie, out in third today. What's your reaction, your performance at this final table?
I'm certainly just very grateful. My previous score was best score was only like 3,000, so I can't do that math right now. But that's a significant increase. So I don't know. I'm just grateful to have made it this far.
Certainly an incredible run, and by the sound of it, it seems like you had a big group of family and friends here to support you. What does that mean to you to have them here and do something like this and get a third at the World Series of Poker?
Again, very grateful and just overwhelmed with how much love that I have around me. So lots of thanks that go out to the people that came to support.
When you think about these last couple of days in this tournament, what will you remember that stands out the most?
Patience. Just finding that ability to be more patient in myself. Didn't apparently make it to the last hand, but I got lucky, but also played some of my best poker. So, yeah.
Great run at it. Thank you for the time.
I love it. A bit reticent, but everything she said spoke volumes to how she played.
Yeah, she played great. I mean, she had a vibe that Okamoto was trying to run over the table, and she was right. But, you know, you have the right understanding, but you don't have the right recipe. And it's so tough to get that right. But Steph Hagberg knows she's on her way. She played fantastic, and, you know, tough hand at the end.
And I get asked so much in interviews and just wandering around the floor here about poker advice, and they're asking, obviously, the wrong person. But I do talk to pros, and I ask them that question. What's key? What do you see in amateurs that's kind of a leak point?
Okay.
And they say they play too many hands, and the patience paid off, and then when you get impatient, you see what happens, as Natalie was saying.
Now, it's very hard. We saw that earlier hand where Okamoto raised from the big blind with 9-deuce suited because it is so difficult to defend the right amount of hands heads up. Because there's so many trashy looking hands that suddenly you kind of have to play if you want to meet that minimum defense frequency that we talked about earlier. My friend Kevin Rabinchel recently made a course about heads up, and it's really extraordinary how wide you have to defend if you want to play correctly in this stage of the game.
It's so
in fact,
hard, yeah.
Even that Queen-5 offsuit, a bit too strong to just open fold. I think in these, and the big blind ante affects things as well, because that puts that extra money into the pot that you really want to fight over.
The more you play heads up, and it is I think it's a quick learning curve too, because if you're astute, and once you start feeling what works and what doesn't, there's really an acceleration point with that too. It's like I can play this hand, right, that I would never play before.
Ace trig, great jam there by Heather as she realizes that's a go at this point. The thing about heads up is you just never get a hand off, and that can be difficult, even though we know that both of these players like to play hands. We're going from, the VPIP of Heather, I think, was 45%, or the hands that she was playing was 45%. And now, maybe it should be 90%.
Correct, yeah. It's a huge mental adjustment. And it does advance your game on all levels, I believe, too.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, heads up is very good because it teaches you not to tilt. I think when you play heads up, you're going to be in a hand, and then if you play it badly, or if you don't, let's not say badly, let's just say you didn't play it as well as you'd like to, or maybe you got unlucky. Guess what? You're in another hand right away, so you better get all that
right? Yeah,
negative mojo out your head.
Compartmentalization is what you need, exactly.
Yeah.
And conversely, you can learn to play less than premium hands as a winning hand, and you can take that into your full ring game to a degree.
Now Okamoto did fold the 4 deuce offsuit, and that is an example of a hand that they're folding. The 4 deuce, the 3 deuce, the 7 deuce, those types of hands, but not many other ones, I'm going to tell you. She's getting a 10 deuce, I don't think she's folding it, and that's not a tribute to Texas Dolly. That's because she thinks it's good enough.
It's a tribute to the 10.
There you go.
And speaking of deuces, and Jack deuce among them. And it's interesting because when Heather deals, when she dealt at the World Series, it was a lot of times at the final table, so you were seeing a lot of players play hundreds of hands, and she's seen what wins, what doesn't. It's more than just looking at charts and everything. She has real life experience witnessing what works, what doesn't. So maybe the Jack deuce plays into that a little bit.
Yeah, she's really looking for hands that she wants to jam against the Olymp. 15 bigs now.
Does she not want to see flops at this point? It's just like jam or nothing. It's all in her fold game for her.
I don't think it necessarily. I don't necessarily think so. But interestingly, she doesn't jam this King 9 suited, which she jammed an Ace 3 off earlier. But this one she decides to check back.
Ace for Okamoto.
She was going to get called, so I guess it's good for her that she didn't. Okamoto wasn't then folding Ace 6 suited, no way.
Well, the biggest game in the ladies' poker experiences at the World Series happening right now. If you want to see the second season of the award-winning PokerStars Big Game, it's available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel with new episodes dropping every Saturday. High-stakes cash action from the NAPT Vegas 2024 with Loose Cannon, Jordan Handrich taking on Jennifer Tilley, Sam Grafton, Andrea Akari, Griffin Bender, and Gerard Beek.
I saw Jay Kuhn there, so I guess he's going to be in an upcoming episode. Not that episode, but one coming up soon.
There you go. Ace, Jack, Deuce.
Looks like she's down to 11 or 12 big blinds now, is Heather Alcorn. So that's going to increase the frequency where she'll jam. As the percentage of chips that you can pick up by jamming go up as your stack goes down.
Yeah, at this point, the M, how many hands do you have left, it might come more into play because that small blind is big relative to her stack.
Yeah, I think, the M, an old school Dan Harrington concept. And she does go all in with the King Jack offsuit and insta-fold from Okamoto with the Queen Deuce off.
I mean, some people will say just have Okamoto jam every hand because she'll win eventually 1 out of 12, won't she?
How boring
she can
is
get a
this?
customer, but no, it doesn't work that way.
I mean, if you think your opponent's not calling correctly, that is a strategy that you can do by like jamming every hand.
Not that
one. But I think she feels like there are
Next
different
one.
ways to go about things, and that she also will have a lot of success with limping the button and playing post flop and folding correctly or calling correctly to jam. So that appears to be her strategy.
We're doing that on purpose, obviously.
Okamoto pocket nines.
Nines.
Can she get a customer? Yes, she can. Alcorn with ace deuce, all in and call. Okamoto with a huge advantage with a pocket pair. That close to back-to-back bracelets in the ladies event. Heather Alcorn on her feet once again, setting the cards just the way she likes them at the World Series final table that she has done for so many years.
Look at that bracelet up for grabs. Can the nines hold? And give her back-to-back bracelets, Okamoto.
Alcorn looking to keep it going. Finding an ace would be primo at this point, but nothing there. Pocket nines, as you see Heather tell the story.
Backdoor straight draws. Can she hit a juicy turn?
Okamoto calm as usual. The turn card comes out. Ah. It gets a little more interesting.
These are aces and queens now.
Alcorn with the draw. To the better straight on the end. It's the tray of clubs, and that will do it. Alcorn eliminated, and Shiina Okamoto loudly announces to the poker world, I am the queen of the felt, with back-to-back bracelet wins, the World Series of Poker Ladies Championship.
An absolutely historic achievement by Okamoto, and what a beautiful performance in terms of how she played Lon.
Heather Alcorn with a great payout for second place. Yesterday, when she was so short, she thought, no, it's not going to happen. I can't get heads up. Today, when she was short, I can't get heads up, but it happened. But Shiina Okamoto tops them all and wins over 184,000, but more importantly, back-to-back bracelets. Take a bow, indeed. You see the payouts. Alcorn with 122,000, but the biggest payout ever in the Ladies Championship for Shiina Okamoto, over 170,000 last year for winning, over 184,000 this year for her second World Series of Poker bracelet. Amazing, huh, Jen?
Back-to-back gold bracelets. You gotta love it. Congratulations, Okamoto. And I love that bow. She is so graceful.
1,368 entries, the biggest field ever in a ladies championship. Okamoto overcame the second largest field last year, and now she tops that this year with her second bracelet. Let's get it down to Natalie Bodie once again.
Shiina, dominance. Back-to-back-to-back final tables, 3 in a row, and now a back-to-back champion in the ladies event. It is my honor to present you your second World Series of Poker bracelet. Here you are. You can hold that up to that camera. Shiina Okamoto, congratulations, back-to-back champion.
Well, there you go, your winner indeed, and it just seemed like it was meant to be from day 2 on. Nobody could outperform Okamoto at this point, John.
I love this table. I love this final table. I love this event, and what a champion. This is history. This shows that poker is a game of skill, Lon.
Indeed, she had a tough final table to overcome, but it seemed to be just another walk in the park for Shiina Okamoto. Thanks for watching, everybody. For Natalie Bodie, Jen Shahade, and our entire crew here in Las Vegas, I'm Lon McCarron. Congratulations, Shiina Okamoto, back-to-back bracelet winner.
That was so fun.
job. Survived. Hopefully didn't offend anybody.